So this is getting live streamed here. So before we started, sort of, why can't you guys introduce yourself? You can just talk about which company you work for, what's your name, and like what do you do in the company. Let's make this quick. And the first talk will be from Vipul. Vipul is a senior engineering manager at Moveworks. He's going to briefly talk about what we do at Moveworks, and then we get started with further talks. If you can be settled. So, washrooms are on that side. If you want to use the washrooms, there will be some biscuits, coffee, chai will be arranged here. So you can feel free to kind of walk up and get that during the talk. You want to go first?
Hello, good morning. I work as a staff software engineer at Goldman Sachs. I'm part of Marketplace Org, and we build software that helps sellers to sell on Goldman.
Hi, this is Shrivani. I work at Nokia. So I work on developing the networking protocols.
Hey, good morning. I'm Orkoti Poshu. I'm part of Walmart and part of the infrastructure automation group.
Hey, hi everyone. My name is Manish. I work here at same with Walmart, and I'm into supply chain tech, mobile specialty.
Myself, Ranjit. I work for 24/7 as principal engineer. I am basically handling all the infrastructure
Hi, my name is Indrajit. I am working with Kaiser as an architect. I am working on government project for Rajasthan government.
Hi everyone. Good morning. Myself Rakesh. I work with Visual Tech. My primary role is solution design, architecting, modernizing application control, and we are getting to AI now, so that's where I'm getting. Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Ayush. I'm mostly into e-commerce retail. Yeah, hi everyone. So I'm Aditya and
Hi everyone, I'm Siddharth. I'm a machine learning engineer at Dr. Roy.
hello everyone. Myself Kaspi. I'm working with IBM and creating one of the internal applications.
Hello everyone. I'm Raj and I currently work as a SRE at Skype.
Hello everyone. My name is Saurabh. I am currently working in data technology. I am coming and just exploring new things and some specific AI use cases.
Hi, my name is Johnny. I work as a senior DevOps manager at GoTo, and we are having a presentation today, the very first presentation.
Hi, my name is Balaji. I am currently working as a software engineer in Solera. So my work is both automation and management.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashman. I am a computer science student from the Anand Sagar College. I'm just here to connect with them.
Hi everyone. My name is Krishna. I'm currently working as a member of the
Hi everyone, my name is Arvind. Working as a software engineer at Food3.
Hello everyone, this is David Rampaya, working as principal cloud engineer at
Hello everyone, I am Prasun Rajput. I work here as a platform engineer at Moveworks.
Hello everyone, myself I'm a full stack developer working with BitGo as a senior software engineer, which is in crypto and stuff.
There's that video. Yeah. Just switch.
Hey guys, I'm Saket. I work here as an engineer at Moveworks, and you'll be hearing more from me when I give one of the talks today.
Hello everyone, my name is Rohit and I'm into backend development, also in the retail space.
Hello everyone, I'm Devendra. I'm a senior engineer in development.
Hi everyone, myself Vijay. So I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer at Agentic.
Hey everyone, I'm Puneet. I'm working as software developer in Accenture.
Hey folks, I'm Mani. I work as DevOps engineering manager for Moveworks.
Hello, myself Rohit. I work as a technical product lead at Salesforce CI.
Yeah, I'm Niranjan, and we are building a startup on AI and optimized cloud platform.
Hello, everyone. Please give out right. I work for Intel. So I work as a senior software engineer.
Hello, I'm Ramesh. I'm working as a backend.
Okay, hey folks, I'm Jennifer. I work on cloud and cloud native security. So I usually secure cloud environments of startups. This is one of them. I think it is possible.
I think we get started with the first part. You have the mic, right? It's a So we are done with the introductions. We can get started with.
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay, cool. Okay, let me check my video. Okay. Hi guys, I'm Vipul. I'm a senior engineering manager over here at Moveworks. I lead the core platform team effort over here at Moveworks. So I'll be quickly going through like first what problems that we are trying to solve at Moveworks, who we are, what we are trying to solve, and maybe a slight introduction into how we do it, right? There is a lot of stuff over there, but I'll try to cover the top level idea around this. So who we are, you might have seen the banners out there, right? Which says the same thing, the AI co-pilot that takes the friction out of work. We'll go a little bit deeper into what it means in a moment. But in a nutshell, it's a single portal as an employee where you can ask all the questions as an employee of an organization. It could be in any domain, it could be of any type, it could even be for some personal files that you want to ask questions to, you can upload. So we'll talk about those features in a little bit more. So the agenda would be, I'll give you a quick introduction about Moveworks. We'll talk about the problem space, how we are solving the problem, what's the differentiation for us, and the search, automated and extend sort of pillars for us, and then how we look at trust and security. So I'll keep this quick, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So Moveworks as a company, I just wanted to give you a brief introduction to like who we like, where all it is adopted, right? We have like 300 plus customers. All of these logos, more or less, it's some form or the other, you might know of them. They are like spread across industry, right? There are network companies, there are software companies, they are cold drink companies, Unilever is like in everything. Honeylever, Boston Scientific, all of these companies are big brands, right? And they trust Moveworks as a product to empower their employees and automate their workflow, automate their queries and actions on our platform. We are backed by renowned investors like Kleiner Perkins, Lightspeed, Tiger Global, Bain Capital, Sapphire, Alicon. And we have raised almost like $315 million right now at a valuation. The last funding valuation was $2.1 billion, right? So that's the landscape and that's the position that we have today, right? But this is just like, that's just finance, right? But what value are you generating for your company, right? So these are like real metrics from different organizations. They're more or less talks about the same thing, but in a different metric, right? Palo Alto says we saved 351,000 hours and they are counting more, right? Honeywell have saved 91 FTs worth of work by automating a lot of workflows that generally some IT help desk or HR help desk people were doing, right? Broadcom saved 50%, 7% of the employee issues are resolved instantly, right? So that actually saves employee bandwidth when they are waiting for some issues to be solved automatically, right? So that's a sort of measurable and real impact that Moveworks as a product drive. Right? So let's try to look at why this problem is even important, right? So think of yourself as an employee in a bigger enterprise or even in a smaller enterprise, right? Today, more or less any decent sized company would have some item like let's say Okta or something else, and you would have like bunch of apps over there, right? And different use cases have different SaaS apps or non-SaaS apps that you are using, right? Workday for your payroll or HR management, SAP for expense management, ITSM for something else, Okta for item management, ServiceNow for ITSM, Rippling for onboarding management, Zendesk for again ITSM and other issues, Salesforce for CRM management, and a lot of other things, right? And as an employee, you always confuse like, okay, if I have this question, where should I go? Should I go and search in Workday, or should I go and search in some wiki, or should I go and create a ticket, or should I ask some person? And that's one of the key sort of friction point, right? There's no single point where you can just go and ask any sort of questions. Like look at the questions that are there, right? I need to request PTO to do we have an automatic customer stories, to can I get a new monitor, or I need to create a new email for prospect. All of these are like different domains like sales, IT asset management, customer stories are more like if you're writing a blog or want to, again, in the sales department, or a need to request PTO is more leave management and HR sort of activities. Right? So all of these different things have different source of information, right? And there's no single portal where you can, single point of mechanism where you can go and ask the right set of questions. Right? And that's where like, and the key thing over here is this is not just like searching in some domain, right? At times it can also become like actually taking actions upon those external systems. Right? So data is locked up in these different bunch of systems in any enterprise. And then as an employee, you have a bunch of questions that you want to get answers to. Why is Zoom not working to me? Or what is our expense policy? Or do we have automatic customer stories? Or many issues which are like beyond search, right? I need to see Salesforce account. So this basically is an access issue. I need to first get access to Salesforce to see my accounts. So Moveworks as a system can actually give you that access automatically if you're auto approved for that, right? Similarly, you can create tickets, you can approve approvals, like approve any sort of like leave policy, leave requests to expense reports to everything within Moveworks as a platform. Right. So this is not just about searching content in external system, but is more than that, right? It can actually take actions on those external systems and can do your task completion, do your task for you automatically. Sorry. So let's think of a world where, you know, Moveworks didn't exist, right? So I need Salesforce to see my accounts, you file a support ticket, some person in IT help desk get that ticket, they go and see, you know, who you are, do you have auto approval, who is your manager, maybe ask your manager for approval. And there is some business workflow that needs to be followed over here, right? And at that time, you interact with multiple systems like Workato, Slack, Salesforce, and different ecosystems, right? Now, this overall, if you can see, similar thing when it's on finance, there will be finance support team, HR support team, sales support team, facilities. Right? So there's a significant support team bandwidth in terms of employees that needs to be invested. Right? So what operating like this model of operating, right? What cost that you brings to you, right? First, it leads to like unproductive employees in the sense, like, let's say I raise a request to get access to Salesforce, but somebody who provides approval for that sits in Mountain View or somewhere in US, then we are at a 12-hour time lag. So you need to wait for that amount of time. And for that time, your work is stuck, right? Second, skyrocketing service cost, right? As I mentioned, right? You have individual support staff for everything, and that sort of becomes very expensive as your number of, so basically it becomes, your IT support staff become functions of number of employees that you have, right? And third is untapped system potential, right? So all of these systems that we saw over here, they are all SaaS systems. They have APIs. You can automate a lot of things on top of it. You are paying for those systems, but you are not actually leveraging the maximum that you can get out of those systems. Right? So that is also like you're paying for something and you're not utilizing it to its maximum potential. Right? So these are like different perspectives to look at, like how it's impacting or where you're sort of what cost or what value proposition that Moveworks brings to the table. So I'll just maybe let me start. Just look at the left side, right? Somebody is asking question like I want a security questions, and then this like is data encrypted or not? Moveworks ecosystem goes searches in some ecosystem, creates this sort of summary for you, but your job is basically to send that email, right? So you also ask, can you draft this as an email to a customer, summarizing those? It will do that for you. And in future, you can also build extensibility use cases over here where you can say, can you send this customer request to these sort of users, right? Which can be a Creator Studio use case. I will talk about that in some time. So how do we do that, right? What is a top level bird's eye view of Moveworks Copilot looks like, right? We support 100+ integrations across systems and supporting actions on those systems. It's a big feat all over, right? And then on top of that, you have a trust and security layer. You ensure that no data from one organization is available at the other, not used for ML training or anything of that sort, right? So no data leak from org one to org, right? That's like a deal breaker for anybody, right? Then on top of that, you have best-in-class LLMs. And on top of that, you build these sort of generative content, custom generative workflows, AI analytics, and all of these things. And then comes like all these features, right? You have search, automate, and extend cycle. So search means you can search your articles, file search, web answers. You can automate ticket creations, approvals, provisioning, and you can extend, you can build your own custom workflows, proactive notifications, data queries, and all of these things. And that's the ecosystem of Moveworks looks like, right? So how do we do that? Like this is now you're peeling an onion one layer deep, right? Because lot of companies will claim doing this in some form or the other, but most of them would have very nuanced, drag and drop workflows, and they will be hardwired bots, right? But over here, this is like state of the art ecosystem, which can take a request from customer, plan multiple steps over there. So LLMs are leveraged for that. It becomes a goal-oriented reasoners that can break down an instruction into multiple sequence of actionable steps, right? Then step by step, sorry, are there any questions? I'll continue for now. Then we can execute the next, just checking, okay. Then it step by step executes those actions. Whatever response comes from action one, it observes and adapts to that. And then if there are follow-up questions, ask those follow-up questions, otherwise move ahead with the next step, etc. everything. Right? So just to give you a flavor of how it materializes in real world, right? Think of an employee, they say like, can I replace my laptop? So reasoning engine try to create a plan, right? First, they need to figure out who they are, right? What is Alex's role, right? They go to the identity system, they figure out who they are from clerical stuff. Then what's the refresh policy for clerical stuff? You go to policy management system. It says every 3 years. Then it goes to asset management. When was the laptop issued? It was issued on this date. So then reasoning engine, sorry. So then the reasoning engine adapts to this all data, creates the response for you, and goes ahead and gives you that response. And at times, what might happen because of certain reasons, sometimes some data is missing, right? It may be in the external system, it can be some other issue, right? So it might say, hey, Alex, it tried to look up the identity. It's how clerical staff, like I don't have their role information. So how do I then query the policy management system? So it adapts to it. It will go and follow up with Alex as a message. Hey, can you tell me which team you belong to or something like that? And then it gets that response and then goes and follows up with the next steps, right? So that sort of questions, or maybe it can ask clarifying questions, like maybe the information that it's getting from here is not the key that you want to look up in policy management. So it might ask qualifying questions. So all of these things, it does automatically as an agentic infrastructure, right? So how do we, what are the 3 key pillars that Moveworks has overall, right? We have search as one key pillar, we have automate as key pillar, and the extension of our ecosystem as the key pillar, right? So any query that comes to the ecosystem, the first thing is like you need to search across the content to figure out, is there content available to answer that question immediately? If yes, answer that question. If they're asking us to do, if the query is to ask us to do some task, can you create a ticket for me to create a mouse, right? So that's an automation task. So it'll create a ticket, it'll notify appropriate managers or person for notifications, etc. Everything. So these are like automation steps. They can be business processes, workflows across enterprise systems that can be automated. And then the third thing, which is the coolest part recently that we have built, is extend. Customers can build their own custom workflows using a platform that we have launched, which is called Creator Studio. There you can build a lot of workflows because everything cannot be automated by us. So you have an extensibility mechanism using which you can extend ecosystems that not supported as a first-class citizen by Moveworks, right? So let's take an example, right? Hey, my VPN is acting up, seems really slow. What should I do? So it will figure out from the system and give you like, hey, can you try these 5 steps to, recheck your VPN, and it will say, it will also cite where this information is coming from so that you have confidence on the source of information. Right? Automation is like, I forgot my password, unlock my account. It will say, okay, this is how you unlock your account. You get some links, you quickly do password reset, and then you are good to go. No human intervention needed whatsoever. Right? Similarly, extending use cases, you can build your own custom use cases where you can say, hey, like a simple use case could be get the list of PR requests where my approval is pending. Right? You can then build API use cases in the back end, and then just make it work. And everything happens with a certain level of trust and security, right? We have good compliance standards, privacy standards, and then this is like government enforced or like must-haves, right? But then there is another layer which is AI security and privacy. Those are not like well-defined rules by government, but this is something that an enterprise at our scale needs to take very, very seriously. So we have query risk framework, we have prompt protection, we have content moderation, fact verification systems, grounding, identity validation, and all of these ecosystem in place to check that the knowledge that we are sharing is right with right access, etc. Everything. So that's a brief introduction about Moveworks. I'll take a pause over here, try to understand if there are any questions. Anyone, Shiva?
Yeah, we're just checking.
Yeah.
You're using co-pilot, but when you search like each country having data piracy, then generally when I also do search, it gives the general answer. Then how you are handling the data piracy for each country separately? You are giving the answer back to the customer, data security and relatable security.
So can somebody, I wasn't able to hear clearly. Can somebody help me with question?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. My question is how you are going to take care of the data security or the data governance, because each country is coming that data cannot be secured. Like India is facing the terrorist issue, or US is facing that financial issue or the share market issue. That in this way, like a specific question, how you are going to answer back to the customer in reference to the data security.
Okay. So I'll just broadly talk about what we do for data security, right? So data security, there are a lot of layers that you need to do for data security. One is obviously data separation. One organization's data is abstracted out and firewalled from other accounts' data. Then the second thing is we don't use customer data for model training at all. So it doesn't, customer data of content is never used for training, which basically means we will not leak information of one account into another account. So model will not answer when you, as in Salesforce employee, if you're asking a question, it will not answer based on the content of some other account, right? Because no model training is done on actual content. It's more done on prompt and other things, right? Then comes the third part, which is all these LLM systems and security around that. So that's also taken care of via multiple mechanisms. And then the fourth thing that comes into picture where we are very cautious is permissions and access control ecosystem, right? So because we are ingesting content which have different level of accesses, right? There might be documents to which only directors or managers have access, right? Then if as a manager I query, I'll get a response based on that document, but if somebody else queries, they'll not get access. So we have a very strict access control ecosystem that takes care of data privacy based on who has access to what. So I hope I was able to answer your questions to some extent. Oh.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Vipul. Thanks for your time. So we'll move on to the next talk. It's from Johnny, and we'll talk. He's from GoTo.
Thank you, guys. Okay.
Which one? So I can see there's a one. No, the other one. I given it to it and this one. This one. इसको निकाल के लगा मैं इसको निकाल क्योंकि ये क्लिक मतलब वही दिक्कत है ये कर्सर कुछ और पकड़ रहा है सो if I remove plug it back it will work okay double click no actually the cursor alignment got this function right.
Good morning, almost good afternoon. My name is Johnny. I'm a senior DevOps manager at GoTo. We are having a talk on multi-cloud operation in GoTo, or multi-cloud networking also we can call it. But before we dwell into the tech talk, let me introduce the company that I'm representing, and then my guys who's going to do the actual talk. They are in US. They will be joining virtually and then talking about it. I'll just take 2 minutes. It won't be much. So just give you the introduction about the book. At GoTo, we make IT management, like we operate in IT management, support and business communication to make it easy for the people or the businesses so that they are enabled to operate efficiently in this remote centric world. Okay, I'll be very quick on this because I know the focus is on the tech talk. Here is little bit about GoTo. We were founded 20 years ago, and then having around 2,800 employees across the world, and including Bangalore, where I sit, and my other 2 colleagues, they sit in US. So including all these places, like we are having the presence all over the world. And we are a private owned company, Francisco Partners, and we are and then the elite investment management. Okay. Actually, our mission is to make sure that the companies and the individuals can operate efficiently, as I said, like in this remote centric work, using the tools that we are developing in 2 spaces. One is in IT management or IT access, and IT, and then the other one is communication, unified communication. So this is my last slide. So I will, as I said, like I won't be taking on. We operate in 2 zones. One is UCC, that is unified communication and collaboration. Then on the left hand side, it is about IT management, IT access, and IT collaboration. So on the left hand side, if you see like the customer engagement, these are the services that we provide. Contact center, phone, the meeting, webinar. And you must have heard about the products like GoTo Meeting, GoTo Webinar, GoTo Training, GoTo Connect. Those belongs to us. Okay, because in future, like if you are coming across those tools or the communication, business communication tools, you can understand that it is from GoTo, this company. Earlier, this company was called as LogMe about 2 years back. And here, this side, we are having the remote access, video engagement, all those things. It's in the area of IT management and IT access. Rescue, GoTo Resolve, GoTo My PC, GoTo Assist. These are the tools that we are using. Okay. So that's what I'll pass it on to Brandon and Bashir, who are going to be talking about this particular topic. And Brandon is a senior principal architect in GoTo, and Bashkin is principal architect in GoTo in DevOps. Okay, over to Kevin and Bashkin to for the topic.
Awesome. Thanks, Johnny. Let me just share my screen here real quick. You guys able to see that?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's start. So we've got this is a multi-cloud at GoTo presentation. This is me, I'm Brandon, and that's Bashkim. Johnny introduced us, so we'll hop right in.
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do a quick overview of the problem and solution, but to do that, I'll start with a very short history lesson, right? So GoTo has been growing and the existing infrastructure had become very complex and pretty hard to manage, especially with the mergers and acquisitions over the years. So with COVID, and especially the boom in remote working during that time, we had a need to expand very rapidly in the cloud. This is around 2021 timeframe. And that led to a lot of tech debt in our cloud infrastructure. This is the legacy, the initial cloud infrastructure we built in a hurry. On top of that, with the price hikes on processor and hardware overall, we identified that we could no longer continue our growth in our existing on-prem data centers. It was no longer feasible. So this led us to a decision of fully migrating from on-prem to the cloud. Unfortunately, the existing cloud infrastructure that we had, or the cloud solution that we had, could not meet the scope of this migration. And that's why we had to come up with a new multi-cloud solution. And the core of our new multi-cloud solution is built from ground up with security and automation in mind. And we'll talk about it later in more details. Brandon, want to go to the next slide? Thank you.
All right. So as we go throughout this talk, we wanted to have you guys come away with something, and it's hard to do that with the long migration that we went through, but we're gonna keep it a little bit high level. And things we want you to focus on is how using multiple clouds can help you actually reduce cost and avoid vendor lock-in. In our case, we were actually able to reduce our global infrastructure spend by about 25%, which is really, it can be counterintuitive, but we were able to make good use of it. And we'll talk about why that was later. But we also want you to realize that, if you were to tackle a multi-cloud project on your own, the automation is really an important key, both infrastructure as code and the configuration as code, in terms of scaling these processes across multiple cloud environments. And then as we talked about, identity and access management and network segmentation to enable our zero trust security were really important factors. So we combine those concepts together to really implement the security perimeter in our products as we needed. So
excellent. Thanks, Brandon. So let's dig a little bit into the details of the problem so that we can better understand the problem that we had, and that also helped us in coming up with a better solution overall for better goals. So one of the main issues that we had with the existing cloud infrastructure is that the security perimeters in the on-prem, as well as the old legacy cloud infrastructure, we were not segmented by business unit, products, or solutions of any kind. And it was very hard. Basically, it was not easy to manage at a given our scale, right? So, and the cost was way too high for our use case. This could be equipment maintenance, intellectual knowledge, price hikes, and whatever. And the existing cloud infrastructure that we had was entirely on a single cloud. It was purely on AWS, and it was built in a hurry and configured mostly by hand, minimal ISC at best, and had and in there were a few large common accounts, and that made it, or large shared accounts, which made it very, very hard for responsibility, ownership, maintenance, auditing, access control, and so forth, especially long term. So on top of all of that, we were only in one cloud, which basically limited the opportunity for cost optimization, right? So those are kind of some of the high-level problems that we had. And we decided, and now we're looking at the goals. Now that we have defined the problems, let's talk about the goals and what we wanted to achieve. So one of the main things we wanted our very high level goal was to build up a multi-cloud solution with security and automation at its core. And Brandon mentioned this earlier, both infrastructure as code and configuration as code. So that was pretty much our high level goal. Now, we also want to implement proper security at both network and identity and access management level. We also, another goal would be we want the solution to have segmentation at various levels, such as business units, products, solutions. And this segmentation is actually quite important because it allows us to better minimize the impact of security breaches, both vertically and laterally, right? So we also wanted the security parameters in the new solution to start with zero trust. What that means is basically no access is provided by default, right? And any access has to be explicitly granted. So we'll actually use this keyword a lot, several times in this presentation, because it's one of our core concepts. Another goal is to also have automation first approach, IAC. And that is in order to support repeatable and scalable processes, right? So in addition, we wanted to have a seamless integration between clouds. Hence, we basically decided or wanted to develop a common language to define infrastructure that would apply across multiple clouds. And last but not least, we wanted to keep costs under control. Basically, we want support for multiple cloud vendors. We want better resiliency with minimal vendor lock-in. And we also want to bring the ownership and cost management to the product team, more transparent. So those are kind of like our high-level goals. And Brandon, let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, so as we talked about in the previous slide, we needed to define a common language that would work across multiple cloud environments. And because each of these cloud environments, they define similar terms, they define similar things with different terms. And so we needed to find our own language as we started creating this cross-cloud environment, right? The core piece of that is what we call a workspace. So a workspace is just a container, a segmentation or segment for a particular product or service, okay? And this workspace is something that would span across multiple clouds. So your service could be running in OCI and reach a service that's in AWS, and it should be seamless for that service. But the security perimeters around that should be the same. Okay, so the workspace is that core piece, and there's two things that we layered on top of that, and like we talked about before, there's network level security as well as identity and access management level security. And those are those two boxes that you see there. So the network domain is what segments us at the network layer, and then the identity realm is what grants human access to the resources to manage the resources. So it's two levels of security, and we'll talk about those more in detail next. So here's how we looked at these. So it's the same kind of picture here, but these are the actual implementation things we use for implementation. So at the tenant level in AWS, you have an AWS organization, and then for the workspace inside of AWS, it's represented as an AWS account. In OCI, it's an OCI compartment. In Azure, it's an Azure subscription. Okay, and so, but all of those three implementations, you can see here, the workspace kind of surrounds those, and it acts as a seamless boundary across all three. So my access as a human, as an employee, as an engineer, whatever, accessing the resources that are in these accounts, in this workspace, is all the same across the three clouds, as well as the network levels as well. So the services can talk across those different cloud environments easily. It doesn't always happen that way. We don't use all three clouds for every product or service, but the flexibility is there. It becomes really easy to manage. So in terms of the identity and access management, when we're talking about managing so many different products, so we said, workspaces are very small segments, right? And so managing lots of AWS accounts, lots of OCI compartments and Azure subscriptions, that becomes difficult at scale, and the permissions to manage those become difficult. So we also had to define a well-defined set of permissions that would also work across cloud. And so we had two levels, right? So there's the tenant level, where there's certain groups of users that need access to all cloud workspaces. So these are people like security and network and the cloud administrators. They have somewhat limited permissions within each of those workspaces, but they have access to all workspaces. But then if you go to the workspace level, you have something like a workspace admin where their permissions are actually very broad within that workspace. They can do anything that they need to inside that account, as long as it doesn't mess with our security boundaries. So they do not have access to manage networking or identity and access management. And so, but they can do most everything else inside that workspace. And so that lets us, those common permissions across the different environments will let us to scale the access easily.
Excellent. So basically, as we mentioned earlier, networking was a core part of our security boundaries, right? I mean, and as I also mentioned earlier, we wanted to minimize the impact of security breaches, especially in lateral movement attacks. Hence, we implemented security perimeters via segmentation and access control. Now, as you can see in here, by default, nothing has access to anything. So when we build via our infrastructure as code a workspace for a particular customer that spans 1, 2, or 3 clouds, whatever they may need, there's no access. Nothing can access anything. We really trust with zero trust. Now, start with zero trust. Now, I want to make a quick clarification between routing and access, right? Just because you have routing doesn't mean you have access, meaning routing provides a communication path between two services, but just because there is a communication path doesn't mean those two services trust each other, right? So there are two distinct security parameters. So with that in mind, while, for example, there is routing for communication of workspaces within the same domain, access has to be explicitly granted via NSGs, meaning workspace A1 in this picture to workspace a VM in a private subnet of workspace A1 has routing to be able to communicate with a VM or some resource in workspace A2 because they're part of the same domain. But that doesn't mean just because there is routing, they can talk to each other. They have to be explicitly provided access via NSGs. Now, there is no default routing for communication across domains. Basically, it is blocked. We block it at the network layer by black hole routes. And the example here is, for example, a VM on workspace A1 of domain A does not actually have routing to a VM on workspace B1 of domain B. But that introduces a problem. And sometimes in certain products, in certain domains, we need to provide some shared services, right? And there are basically two ways to do this. First is you can provide them via a public interface, and we have some services which we do provide a public interface because they're customer-facing services and can be shared also internally. And the second one is we built something called a custom domain. We called it an intra-domain, and we created this with a purpose of cross-domain communication. So if you have a service that you want to expose to the rest of the organization privately, you can add a proxy for that service in the intra-domain and share it with the rest of the org. From a routing perspective, the service owners still need to provide access via NSGs explicitly to whoever asks for access to the service. So that's how we handle cross-domain communication. So something in the private subnet of workspace A cannot talk to something in the private subnet of workspace B, but they can, if they need to share something, they can add a proxy to this intra-domain to allow for routing and still provide security access control via NSGs. So going to the next slide, I'm going to talk here a little bit about our networking implementation. Right? I mean, this is actually the how we did the networking implementation, but in the intra-cloud level for a single cloud. So regarding the connectivity within a particular cloud, basically intra-cloud, we relied and implemented this purely using cloud-native technologies. And we had that luxury because all clouds that we interact with provided the services and the tools that basically provided the tools and services that we needed to make this work, right? So with that in mind, for example, basically for AWS, we used transit gateways And we'll show, I think there's a picture here too, but for OCI, we use dynamic routing gateways, and for Azure, we use virtual WAN, right? Now, we have a picture here, and that's quite important because sometimes, you know how a picture says 1,000 words, right? This shows a section of our virtual WAN in Azure. As you can see in the picture here, we use a hub and spoke model, right? Where we make use of regional hubs for intra-cloud connectivity, and then same model is used in the other clouds as well, right? And then using a model like this also makes it easier for the inter-cloud connectivity later on when we connect some of these hubs to the other clouds. We'll actually talk about this right after this anyway. So we talked earlier about the concept of a workspace. Brandon already covered that, right? I wanted to drill down a little bit into the networking for a particular workspace, right? So the workspace itself, or the workspace network, is a virtual cloud network. Basically, in OCI, it's a VCN, in AWS, it's a VPC, and in Azure, it's a VNet. We just obfuscated and made the terminology cloud agnostic by calling it just a workspace network, right? So now this network in itself is comprised of various components, such as subnets, NSGs, routing tables, routes, and so forth. But the terminology drilling down from these components is virtually the same across clouds. They're all called subnets, right? Now, for the subnets, for example, we created a standard set of subnets, private, public, intra, and they mean the same thing regardless of the cloud. NSGs, as you know, they're standard, they're called the same in all clouds. We also introduced something called a security list because we did like it very much. This is a security group applied at the subnet level. And in OCI, that is actually the name for it. It's called security list. In Azure, they're called security groups as a subnet level. In AWS, there is no such thing, but we did our own custom implementation to match it to the other clouds as much as possible. Now we will cover the intra-cloud connectivity. So let's go to the next slide. There we go. Okay, so just like we did with intra-cloud, also with inter-cloud connectivity, we wanted to use as much as possible cloud-native technologies. But currently, as it stands, only Azure to OCI supports cloud-native communication. That is using Azure Express Route to OCI Fast Connect. We actually successfully tested that, and it works like a charm. The problem is, unfortunately, there is no cloud-native connectivity between AWS and the other two clouds. I mean, we tested VPNs and stuff like that, but they're not good enough for the scope of our project. So because of that, we decided to use a third-party vendor and implement our inter-cloud connectivity entirely using the third-party vendor rather than use some kind of a hybrid solution, right? Azure to OCI with this cloud native and the other clouds with third-party. We just decided to go all third-party until such time that there is native connectivity across all these three clouds. So we investigated a few third parties and all basically cloud-based, virtual routers and so forth, and then we settled on one, right? During the integration with a third-party fabric, we also made sure that our solution is generic enough and basically uses standard BGP protocols so that it does not cause as much as possible a vendor lockup. So, and this was all done with IAC. So one of our main requirements was that the vendor has the appropriate APIs for the integration. As a matter of fact, we had to discard a couple of vendors because they did not have the APIs in some of our proof of concepts. So, so we came up with this, in the third party, we came up with a few interconnect hub regions. As you can see in the picture here, there is US West, on the top level of the picture, the third party fabric. And then we connected these third party hub regions to the closest regions of a particular cloud. Now, as I mentioned earlier, once you reach a cloud, so basically from, let's say from AWS, you go to OCI via the closest region to the interconnected region. Once you reach a cloud, all other inter-cloud communications are done using cloud-native technologies, right? The hub-spoke model. So now, from a security perspective, and this is quite important, rather than implementing security as a multi-cloud interconnect firewall or some sort of a routing segmentation at the third party, we implemented our network security perimeter in each workspace as routing rule segments, right? It is actually there that we prevent cross-domain access. This made it easier and cheaper to manage cloud connectivity because, as you know, firewalls can be quite expensive, not to mention that they can become bottleneck and hinder performance. We essentially, we wanted to treat essentially this inter-cloud connectivity as they were part of the same multi-cloud. We didn't want to put firewalls between them or anything like that sort. And then we implemented the first security parameter, as I said earlier, at the workspace level. And then the last security parameter is implemented by a security group, like I mentioned earlier, at the NSGs. Now, AWS is surprisingly lacking in interconnectivity. Unlike OCI and Azure, that they provide a full mesh, in AWS, routes are not shared between TGWs in the regional peering. So as a side effect, routes are not shared over the direct connect to the third-party provider. So this is where the automation was key, because all the routes that needed to be propagated were done via IAC. And would have been no way, I would say virtually impossible, to manage all these routes by hand, right? There is over thousands of routes. So let's go now to the next IAC, the importance of it.
Yeah, so as we talked about, IAC was critical in our success here. And the tool that we chose to use was Terraform. It's kind of about like the industry standard for automation of infrastructure, right? And it worked really, really well for our need. It supported all of our vendors that we needed, did everything that we needed. So Terraform was the clear winner there. When we came down to implementation, we actually segregated it into three separate projects. And again, this is going back to an earlier slide. It maps to like our core concepts about security and everything, and how we split things up. So there's one project that manages the workspace creation. So it'll create the AWS account, it'll create the OCI compartment, it'll create an Azure subscription, and it manages assignment of access to users, right? Using those cloud roles that we talked about. So that's its responsibility. And then it also makes sure that all the tagging and information is assigned to resources within those workspaces. So that way that cost visibility and ownership metadata, all of that is provisioned from the start. Before anybody starts creating anything, all that metadata is there to help us track it over time. The next project that we have is around identity and access management. So instead of authentication from an employee, it's about authentication for service-to-service authentication. So if I'm running a service in AWS and I need to access an AWS DB or something like that, an RDS DB, then I can create identities and roles that are used by those services there. So that's what that project is for. And then the last one is the network project. And this is probably one of the bigger ones. If you could tell from the previous couple of slides, networking was huge. There's lots of different moving parts in there. And we have several different projects for each of the cloud environments. And you know, thinking of Terraform, sometimes you get this idea that like you can just use Terraform for anything and it makes it easy to move between clouds. But really what we found is, I mean, the implementations are all different, right? So when you use a Terraform provider for AWS, it's kind of hard to just copy and paste it for OCI or Azure. Really the key piece that we found is to use the same configuration. And that's where the configuration as code comes in. And that we use within these projects, they had the same configuration file and format across all three clouds. And that's where that common language came in. So we were able to define a configuration format that allowed us to describe our networking, our access, and the workspaces all in the same format. And as that was configured as code, it actually allows us to do a normal like CI/CD process of a compliant review. So, right, you can open a pull request, it can get reviewed by the owners, right? And then it's merged and it's actually deployed through our CI/CD process with Jenkins. And all of that was possible with the infrastructure as code. So,
go to the next slide. Yeah. All right. So in here, we're gonna piggybacking on what Brandon just said, right? Infrastructure as code. We have a few snippets, right, of our infrastructure as code. On the left-hand side, I hope you guys can see this. If we can probably make it full screen. to see it easier, but on the left-hand side, we have a workspace definition. This shows an example with configuration as code for a workspace and how the workspace roles are mapped to Azure AD groups. You can see it in there. There's this workspace admin is mapped to that SG security group. And this workspace also spans 2 clouds because that's all they requested, OCI and AWS. You can span 3, right? So the middle section in there is the IAM definitions, AWS policies and roles configuration. This is specifically going to that, but there is also OCI dynamic routing groups. And in Azure, there is the roles and policies as well. So in here, there is actually an example of a role. And you can see this is a federated, it provides federated access to something, in this case, GitHub. And here are the policies that this role is using. And the policies are also defined via configuration as code, all with configuration as code. Now, there's an important thing here that you'll see is common. Tags are applied to all these resources, right? So this is very important because for debugging, auditing, ownership, cost distribution, and so forth, right? So we tag these resources because we have it in infrastructure as code. Now, on the right-hand side, this is the common configuration with all the network sub-projects, right? It talks about the domain IP ranges, a particular region's IP range, a particular workspace IP range, the private, public, and interest subnets in those in that particular workspace, and also the security groups. Now, I'm actually, if you notice in here, there is references to NSGs defined in the common configuration file. But I'll talk in the next slide about this. But before I go there, I want to cover a couple of particular challenges we encountered during our infrastructure as code. One of the challenges is both AWS provider and OCI provider need a provider config for every region, for every workspace. They do not support dynamic configuration by Terraform. Now, when you have a project with 2 regions and 1 cloud, it's not a problem because only 2 provider configurations. But when we have hundreds of workspaces across 20-some regions between AWS, OCI, and Azure, adding those by hand is not feasible, right? Because we want to quickly be able to onboard a workspace. So we actually had to create scripts that create each provider. So basically, as part of our infrastructure, we have scripts that build Terraform code that is executed dynamically to create infrastructure. And with Azure, we didn't have this, but it depends on the cloud. We also created a lab setup that allows testing before we go to production as far as infrastructure goes. Now, this requires new tenants for each cloud provider and also regions, and this can cost money. So we limited the amount of resources deployed in the lab, right? We don't support all of the production regions. This way we can keep the lab environment minimized. And then in special situations, whenever there was a provider API missing, we use like null resources or something like that. So we use scripting and null resources to address those issues. Now, going to the next slide, Brandon, please. This is the security groups that I mentioned in here. This is the security groups. So let me go here. There you go. So this diagram shows our schema for our common definition language for network security groups. This is actually part of the configuration as code, and it makes it, and it works seamlessly across the clouds. It is for all intent and purposes cloud agnostic. Basically, if you look at this, ultimately, these custom definitions make it easier and map specific cloud terminologies to simple, plain English for developers, right? So you can see that we use source and we use destination, we use protocol, we use ports. So some of them may map to exact name in cloud, but they use egress, ingress, so we use plain old English. Now, you'll notice in here that there are some features in certain network security groups that exist in one cloud, but not the other. For example, the AWS prefix list is there, or a stateless security group for OCI. They don't exist anywhere else. Now, we have also added these features in the schema, but depending on what cloud this SG definition is used, we ignore unsupported features for that particular cloud, right? So if you look at some of these examples, I'm going to start with the middle example in there. That's an example we define a security group. This is the Ansible, whatever, run hub access. So in there, we use actually the IP range, the CIDR range, the protocol ports. But in the example on the left there, we see an example where we use something called an IP address object. This is our own language, right? We created this object to store multiple IP ranges and refer to it from the NSG definition rather than duplicate for each range, right? If you just have one IP range, it's fine. But if you have hundreds of IP ranges, you don't have to create that source destination or that source for every IP range. You put them all together into the obviously VPN insider and you refer to it. On the right-hand side, and this is quite important, we are also making use of our very same workspace network definition as a source. Our code goes and parses out the config file from the network infra and gets the IP ranges as needed. For example, it goes and looks at the workspace org1 prod tooling at the private subnet, and it gets the IP ranges from there to create the network security group rules. And then on the very bottom, you see a particular network security group where the ingress is an AWS prefix list. And this only takes effects in AWS, right? And that's essentially, in a nutshell, wrapping up the IAC, right? So Brandon, you want to go to the next slide?
Infrastructure is good, yeah. So as we come to the end, I just want to come away. There's a lot that we covered, right? And it's hard to condense everything that we developed over several years into just a few slides. But I guess the most important thing to think of is that, you know, implementing multi-cloud is possible, and you can use it to optimize cloud costs and increase resiliency. So as you use multiple clouds, you can move your resources to where they are actually optimized. And that's part of our savings, is that when we had only one cloud provider, it was running in a really expensive cloud. And so as we expanded across multiple clouds, we can move it from there to another one, and it saved a ton of money because it's basic. Every cloud has basic VMs and workloads, right? So anyways, we're able to make use of that to optimize our spend. Infrastructure as code is key, and network and identity management and should be used together to secure your, it should be at the heart of your migration for if you're going to multi-cloud. So that's it. I don't know if you guys have any questions, but feel free.
Sorry, there is a lot of information packed here, so.
Yeah.
Hello guys, I'm on this side. First of all, congrats on this achievement, and really thank you for sharing this all with us. I would like to understand, first of all, that what kind of challenges did you face while achieving this? And the second part is, like, what kind of efforts did you make to reduce the complexities as much as possible?
Oh, there's so many.
Yeah.
You know, just tackling, you know, like we said, it's really about, I think there's a couple of key things that come to my mind about how to solve the problems. You mentioned, like, what were the problems? I can say there's so many. There's technical issues, there's human issues all involved in this process. So I can think of two things that really helped overcome issues as we did this. One is support from upper management. The directive that we had to like move to the cloud came from up top, and so everybody knew and was focused on this process. And so we got support through human problems with that. In terms of technical issues, like you said, planning out an architecture and concepts that apply across multiple clouds and setting those goals up front is really what can help get through those.
Piggybacking on what Brendan said, I mean, having those goals is important, but the building of the infrastructure, and this was a challenge, is iterative. You first start building small, and sometimes you have to move back, right? So it's not always like a straightforward. You can't plan the building of the whole infrastructure from beginning to the end because it changes way too often. But once you draw the first line in a maze, it's much easier to go to draw another line and so forth and so forth. So it's iterative building, and that's what we found. But most importantly, once we achieved our goals with one cloud, and like Brendan said, we use as much cloud native technologies as possible. Like, we did not want to deviate and build some custom hybrid solution. Like, we relied purely on Azure WAN with Azure hubs and VNets attached to those hubs, and AWS, the counterpart of TGWs. So once we built this in one cloud, it was relatively much easier to implement the same in another cloud because more or less the structure is the same. Now, there are nuances that you don't know about until you start implementing it. Like we built OCI, then we built AWS, we connected those two together, and then we built Azure. We built Azure very quickly because we already had learned pretty much everything we needed to learn from a technical standpoint from OCI and AWS. But once we start implementing common language for security groups in Azure, we found that there are nuances. They work differently. A security group at the subnet level for OCI works entirely differently than a security group at the subnet level for Azure. In one of them, in OCI, when you assign something to a security group, it's a union with an NSGG to have a VM level. But in Azure, it's not like that. You have to go through the network security group first at the subnet level before you can reach the other one. So those nuances made it like a little. There were challenges, right? Technical challenges that we had to come up with. But from a solution standpoint, iterative solution is really like the way we came up with this. Like start small, use cloud native technologies, build on it, learn from mistakes, move back sometimes. So sometimes it will take 4 steps forward and 2 steps back, but it was needed for us to move forward. Yeah.
This Sanjeev. So we already implemented similarly. We wrote a Terraform code for GCP, and then we tried to port it on in Azure. So we had the challenge that you may not find all the managed services similar on the clouds. So one is I wanted to know like how do you manage the billing cycle for a multi-cloud data? How do you help the client to manage the billing cycle? Because they will differ in the way you use on GCP and way Azure may differ. That is one part. Second part, I wanted to know like how about the data part. Whenever you want to run your application, you need the same data set on both because we have provided the same application on both the platforms. We had the challenges. So how do you manage this?
Hey, Brandon, can you repeat the question? I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, so yeah, let me repeat back what the questions I heard. So they've implemented it in GCP and AWS or something like that in Azure directly. And then they had they're wondering what the issues are. How do you help people to the services do act differently across the clouds, right? So how do you help people in like managing services across multiple clouds? And then also like how do you manage the data and accessing those? So I hope that's what the question was. It was a little hard to hear, but I guess what I can say is, like I said, we do have the flexibility to move things across clouds, but not everybody does that. So like and that's where, like I said, the workspaces are actually really small. So you might have just one product or just a handful of services running in one workspace, and that's just owned by one team. And so they may start their service there, and so they won't really span their services across multiple clouds. They'll just kind of stay where they are in a couple of regions in one cloud. But another team will use a different cloud, right? But in terms of access between those services, it's the same at the network level. And the other useful thing that we used is the fact that a lot of services that we have are running in Kubernetes, and it doesn't care as much about those intricate details, right? So that's a big factor as well.
Right. And just piggybacking what Brandon said is actually quite important. Like we mentioned it earlier, our legacy AWS accounts were very large, right? There were many teams, many products, many solutions, actually many business units in the same accounts, which made it really hard. Like that was too monolithic to break down into multiple clouds. So we broke it down into smaller components. Each workspace represents a particular product. So this way, like Brendan said, a workspace does not have a very big cloud presence because it's only for that particular product. It only has a certain amount of services. And even the ones that are big, that span multiple clouds, initially, like Brendan said, people didn't want to move, right? Because they are comfortable in AWS, developers are comfortable in AWS, they use AWS. But then there's a show and tell. They heard from another team that they saved 85% cost in computing by moving certain VMs of certain sizes to OCI. So they're like, but this is a no-brainer now. I mean, so once one team, especially when we moved Kubernetes resources, moved over, people realize that certain things are much cheaper in certain clouds. Like compute resources for certain types are much better in AWS. AI resources, I'm sorry, in OCI. AI resources are excellent in Azure. So even though they have their services, their web apps running in AWS, they still use the Azure AI services because they are the leading and they were better. And that's the idea behind it, right? Like we don't force people to choose where they implement resources. We just give them the capability for them the opportunity to move them and talk to other teams that run them in other clouds, right? So it was more like a show and tell, share with everybody and see where stuff runs better, right? And it's all a big network mesh. So from a network perspective, they can talk. It's just, I mean, there are security parameters and access control like we talked about, but anything with the proper permissions can talk is routable to something else. Does it make sense?
Hey, I had a couple of questions. First of all, that was a great network segmentation that you have on the Workspaces. The first question is around SSO. Or like, do you use a common SSO to go ahead and grant access to multiple clouds or multiple workspaces, including the VMs that you have? So that is one question. Second one is how do you verify whatever you have implemented? Like I understand that you are granting out from the subnet level, but on the security group level or the industry has attached with VMs, right? You're going to control access over it. Now, given that you also use Kubernetes, which adds much more context to this equation, how do you verify what you're doing?
Yeah, so for the first one, yes, we do use a common
Brian, can you repeat
identity
the question?
provider.
I didn't hear it, sorry.
Yeah, so the first one was about the identity provider that we use. Is it the same across both clouds? And the second one was like security groups. I didn't fully get it, but it was like, are we using, like, how do you make sure that the security groups are really following the security?
I can repeat this question. It is more on how do you verify whatever you have implemented?
Okay. How do you okay, so yeah, so yes, we do have a common identity provider that we use across all three clouds. They all integrate with SSO we have through Azure, and we manage our identity and access through that. It's separate from our corporate credentials, so it's separate access for production and dev environments and everything. But yeah, they do use it's a common one. So so that's how we kind of tie those cloud roles that we talked about to access. You assign those roles to a particular security group in Azure identity. The other one for verifying that those things are not crossing security boundaries like they're not supposed to. There's actually two levels. The configuration as code, remember, that always goes through a review process. So it's always reviewed by our networking team to meet certain standards. They review it for certain standards. And if that happens to fall through, we have a second level of automation with a security framework that we use that monitors our cloud, all three of our clouds. And we can use automation rules that analyze all of the security groups that are out there. Because like we said, there's still some legacy cloud environments that are there that are not managed through IIC. And so we use this as the central place to, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to like talk about what we use, but it's a third-party tool that inspects the security groups across all of our clouds. And then we can have automation rules that check and validate.
Yeah. One key word that Brendan said there is quite important is like nobody can go and create a security group by hand. Like even the workspace admin on that workspace cannot manage. They can't go and create a security group. The only way to create a security group is through a PR via infrastructure as code. So, and that has to go through a review process, and the people that are in charge of reviewing that the security group is proper is the networking team and the security team. These are the people that know this best, right? And like Brendan said, that's how we like that's segmentation, and it avoids from somebody creating a security group by hand, right? Or somebody creating or submitting some. I mean, like I said, there is no other way. It's actually only through infrastructure as code. But even if it goes through the cracks, we still have additional monitoring so that those things that go through the crack are flagged. Also, this also applies to our IAM and identity access management. Like when somebody creates a new policy, we don't want to wait on like our or our architecture team or whatever security team to be able to approve that policy. We actually have some third-party utilities that review the policy to see if it complies with certain standards. And if it doesn't comply and they need some exception, then it goes through a human reviewing process. But unless the policy or the role doesn't comply with the standards that we put to the company, the PR won't go through. You won't even send a request anywhere. It's just going to say you actually have to submit a ticket or something. Bottom line is that's how we implement it, like so that you can't do stuff in the networking, security, and identity access management and account creation level with by hand. It's just there's no way to do it because we have taken that away. It's a little bit of a fighting thing in the beginning because people that had, like, think of it this way. We have developers in this large shared account that have admin access, God access. And all of a sudden we're saying, you cannot create anything when it comes to security. You can't even create a subnet. You can't create a route. You can't create anything that has to do with security. The only thing you can do is there is a list of NSGs that have been created via infrastructure as code, and you can assign that security group to a particular VM. And now you can build VMs. So we had a lot of fighting back. Why are you taking that away from me? I have to go and create a PR now. So there is some fighting back from developers, but eventually, once you learn the process of how to get these, it's so much faster that you making a mistake and now going with security, with networking and everything else to evaluate it and try to fix it, right? We basically are being proactive here rather than reactive, right? And that made it much more robust overall. And the developers eventually bought in. There is still developers that fight it, but overall, I think I would say a great percentage have bought into this. You can't do it by hand, even if you wanted to, because we have taken that capability away. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah,
We really took infrastructure as code at heart with this and configuration as code. So.
Awesome. So I think we are running short of time. So if you have any more questions, probably feel free to connect with Johnny from GoTo. Thank you folks again for staying up late and to deliver this talk. The next speaker will be Saket from Moveworks. Over to you, Saket.
Thanks, guys.
The cursor is not working. This is not. Sample access. अब इसके बाद दूसरा लैपटॉप लाते हैं इंटरनली एलजीमर्स में करने के लैपटॉप कैमरा फीड है कैमरा फीड आपको इसमें दे देगा जो फाइनल फीड है ना दूसरा लैपटॉप को उसमें शेयर कर दो डायरेक्ट प्रोजेक्टर में चल जाएगा क्या प्रॉब्लम है वो एक्चुअली एक ही लैपटॉप से सब शेयर है एंड एवरीथिंग इज वर्किंग जी 51 cursor देखिए कर्सर कहाँ चला जा रहा है, पर ये नहीं है कर्सर, ये आप यहाँ क्लिक किए वहाँ क्लिक किया, फुल स्क्रीन का है, एक बार फुल स्क्रीन बस वेट ले फीड हो जाता है। सर जैसा जो यूट्यूब पे है, ठीक है, ये तो अभी शुरू कर देता है। यूट्यूब द्वारा सर मेरा क्या आ रहा है, तो कैमरा ये ऑन कर सकते हैं कि ये बोले तो वो दिखे, वो स्विच करवाई रहा है। कौन सा कैमरा? तो दूसरा कैमरा जो ये प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है, नहीं दूसरा हाँ हाँ ये ये करना पड़ेगा, जूम करना पड़ेगा, जूम शेयर करेगा तो आएंगे सर। लाइक इसका फीड है ना, इसमें जा रहा है ये लैपटॉप से वो लैपटॉप में शेयर होना होगा, प्लस वीडियो और फीड में। ठीक है, अभी इसके बाद से करते हैं। इसकी लैपटॉप में वो वहाँ जा रहा है, लैपटॉप में आ रहा है। ठीक है, हाँ आपको बैठ चेंज करा क्लिक करा। All right. How to turn this on?
All right, let's get started. So hi everyone, I'm Saket. And today I'm going to talk to you about the journey we took when we migrated our Docker-based Kafka deployment to Strimzi-based Kubernetes deployment. All right, so I'll just talk to you a little bit about what setup we had previously. And so the way we deployed our Kafka clusters was we'd have a single EC2 instance per broker. And on these EC2 instances, we would basically deploy Kafka using a Docker compose file with all the configuration and other options, whatever we wanted to choose. But there were many challenges about this kind of a setup. So the first one is scaling and just operational overhead of this setup is insanely high. Anytime you wanted to change any config, any Kafka setting, maybe let's say you wanted to increase the disk space. So all of these aspects were manual and quite cumbersome. And imagine having multiple such clusters in different environments across multiple regions as well. And so you have to go to each one of them and then do these operations yourself. We did not have any automations to create topics, let's say, automatically. So what you had to do was whenever you wanted to create a new topic, you had to go to each cluster and use the Kafka CLI to basically create topics with whatever partition number and replicas that you wanted to create. And so, and then additionally, all of these changes, right, need to go into the Docker file, and updating these Docker files manually in each of these environments and regions is also going to be fairly challenging, right? It is prone to human errors as well. Not to mention mismatches. So even though we had codified all of these Docker files and all of these settings into our code base, but yet what Docker file we have in code base does not necessarily match the Docker file that is deployed to these EC2 environments, because let's say some issue happened and then you wanted to quickly fix something. So you directly SSH into the node and make some changes, things are working fine, but you eventually forget to update that Docker file back into the code. And these kind of, manual interventions or manual management, over time, it just creates a lot of confusion and mismatches. And so we eventually realized that, moving to a Kubernetes-based deployment gives us a lot of advantages. And we'll talk about those advantages in a moment. But we'll first talk about some of the challenges for the migration itself. And so let's talk about the cluster a little bit. This particular Kafka cluster, which we'll call the application-based Kafka cluster or the app cluster for short, has a lot of traffic. It's certainly not one of the most highly used clusters at Moveworks, but yet the number of topics it hosts is the maximum number of topics across Moveworks. And the number of services that use this cluster has also grew quite a bit over time. And so the cluster itself is receiving data continuously. There are a lot of different consumers consuming from it continuously. And so downtime was not an option. We actually pondered about just going for it over the weekend, bring the cluster down, start up a new cluster, and just migrating all the services to it over let's say a couple of hours. But even on weekends, the traffic patterns we saw were not good enough for us to accept any kind of downtime. And so another challenge we had was how do you roll this out, right? So let's say we have a few different environments like development and staging and then prod. And then this is replicated across multiple different deployments as well and in different regions. And so to roll this out for so many different instances of this cluster was quite challenging. And we wanted to avoid manual hand-holding of this process as much as possible to automate and prevent any kind of human errors that I talked about earlier. And so one of the things that we wanted to focus on was environment. So let's say we are migrating development environment, right? So we wanted to make sure that only that environment sees the changes and it should be isolated from others. And at the same time, since we have literally thousands of different partitions in this cluster, we wanted to make sure that there is a topic-based or a service-based isolation as well. And so what this means is that we should be able to say that, okay, only this service is now going to use the new cluster, and rest of the services continue to use the legacy cluster or the previous cluster. And then we should be able to do this on a topic basis as well, because this would help us migrate in phases. It would reduce, the blast radius of the migration, and which brings me to the next point, which is rollback. Now, rollback.
Sorry, there is some technical, so I think we just fixing.
All right, let's resume. All right, so I was talking about the rollback capability. And this is extremely, extremely important because during the migration, if something goes wrong, we want to bring back the previous state as quickly as possible. And this is to, of course, avoid downtime, which I talked about earlier. And the way we do rollback is quite important here. So typically, if you think about rollbacks, you would say, okay, why not just have the service point to the older cluster now and restart it? That would be simple. And it is to a certain extent. But when we're talking about systems like Kafka, what happens is generally you have a producer and a consumer, and Kafka acts as a queue in the middle, right? It acts as a partition storage system. And so when let's say we migrate service A to the new cluster and it starts producing data. And something went wrong. And so you want to migrate it back to the old cluster, but the data is still in the new cluster. And so we need to make sure that the data is also replicated to the old cluster so that we don't lose any data. And not losing any data is also one of the most important aspects of this migration as well. And so to do good rollbacks, we'll talk about how we support these kind of rollback capabilities over the next few slides. But basically, you want this to be config driven and not code driven, so that you don't end up creating lots and lots of PRs for any kind of changes that you want to make. So this is where a tool called MirrorMaker 2 comes in. What it does, it allows you to replicate data between two clusters. So let's say you have a legacy cluster, and let's say you have a new cluster, right? And so you want to replicate data which is being produced to the legacy cluster right now to the new cluster, which of course at the beginning will be unused, but you still want all the data to be replicated so that when you move services to the new cluster, the data is already there. And so MirrorMaker allows you to do that. It is based on a Kafka Connect framework, which is extremely scalable, highly configurable. It even translates offsets from the old cluster to the new cluster for you. So that, talking a bit about offsets, I'll just briefly explain to you if you are not aware of what it means. When you produce a message to Kafka, right, each message goes to a single partition with some offset number. So the first message will be offset 0 and 1 and 2 and so on. But over time, as old messages are cleaned up and new messages come in, the offset number increases quite a lot, right? Let's say the current offset is 1000, for instance. And so when you start up a new cluster, of course, the offsets in that cluster will begin from 0. And so you have to map these offsets. So the same message in the old cluster may have a different offset number in the new cluster. And so this offset translation also needs to happen correctly for us to migrate to the new cluster, as well as roll back to the old cluster. So MirrorMaker 2 provides us with this capability as well.
The two clusters both have different data, right? The offset is essentially where the data is getting stored.
Yes.
That would be the idea.
Yes, the data is the same, the offset is different.
Yeah, where it is stored. That location is.
Correct, yes.
There's a mapping that has to be done between this and that and vice versa.
Correct. And of course, it provides a lot of integrated monitoring along with the rest of the framework and the rest of the cluster. And so roughly what it looks like is this. Let's say on the left side, you have the source cluster, and on the right side, you have the target cluster, source being the old and target being the new. And you'll have producers producing to the old cluster, consumers consuming from the old cluster, and the same thing over there. And what MirrorMaker does is for each topic, it replicates that data to the new cluster, and it will name that topic k1.topic in the new cluster, for instance. And if there is a topic called, if the same topic exists in the k2 cluster, it will be replicated as k2.topic in the old cluster. And one of the reasons that a topic is prefixed with some identifier like this is to prevent cycles, right? So let's say you have a topic T, which you want to replicate to some other cluster. But that cluster also has topic T, which will end up, so if you push a message to topic T here, then it will be replicated to the same topic in the target cluster, but then again, it will be replicated in the old cluster and it will just go on for infinity, right? You don't want that. And so to prevent cycles, you have to make sure that the replicated topics in the other cluster have some kind of a prefix so that we break the cycle. But this poses a different challenge, right? So let's say where previously a service, when trying to consume from a particular topic, needed to specify that the topic is called T. But now with this dual data replication that we have going on using MirrorMaker 2, there are two topics that it needs to consume from. So T and then K2.T, right? And this poses a challenge because this requires a lot of code changes, right? If you think about it, the service needs to be updated with the new configuration that, okay, now you also subscribe to the other topic, and so on. And so the way we deal with it is we, at the infra level, we made some changes to how we consume and subscribe to these topics. So before I explain to you what that is, I'll just talk about how the systems behave like before and after the migration. So consider the top part of the slide where the producer is producing to some sample topic on the left and consumer is consuming from that same sample topic. Right, but we already have MirrorMaker deployed. What the MirrorMaker is doing is it is reading from the sample topic on the left and then mirroring it to the source.sample topic on the right cluster. And similarly, the sample topic on the right cluster is being mirrored to target.sample topic on the left cluster. And so this way we have data on both the clusters. It's the same data, but with different offsets, which is with the translation of which is handled by MirrorMaker. And so right now the producer and consumer both point to the source cluster. But after the migration, the ideal state which we want is the producer and the consumer both point to the same topics on the target cluster. And then of course, later on we could stop all the MirrorMakers and then clean up the legacy cluster. But this is the crux of the migration. And the way we support this is, let's say a service has this configuration, right, where we specify the brokers and all the different parameters here. Now we want to make sure that both the clusters are specified in the service config. So you'd have the same config, but for both the clusters. Now you would have to decide, right, at the service startup, which of these clusters do you want to use? And so, and this is done especially to make the migration seamless. We'd update this config for all the services that we have without any code changes to those services. And by default, they would just use the old Kafka. And whenever we, let's say, trigger a migration for a particular service, we want that service to switch to using the new Kafka configuration. And how would we trigger this? We'd use environment variables. So since all of our services and infrastructure is deployed via Kubernetes, we just use the Kubernetes environment variables to specify which of these brokers a service should use at startup. And so this makes rollout and rollback super easy. What you have to do is you have to just update the environment variable, which would decide which broker to use and which topics are currently ongoing in the migration. And then you just restart the service so that the environment variables take effect and that service is migrated. And so in a way, what you end up having is the way to migrate any services, just change the environment variables, restart the service, and that's it. And for a rollback, you just change the environment variables again, and then you restart the service and you're rolled back. So which makes rollout and rollbacks extremely straightforward. And some of the other changes that also go into the overall picture is a consumer may be consuming from multiple topics, right? It is already consuming from 2 topics now since we are using both the main topic and the replicated topic as well. But even apart from that, there may be other topics that the consumer is consuming from. And the way we do, let's say, most services may not be order sensitive, but a lot of the services are. So if you want to handle some order sensitive topics, and by order sensitive, what I mean is, let's say you produce messages in a certain order, M1, M2, M3. So you also want to consume them in the same order. And during migration, we are sort of switching from one cluster to the other cluster. And the consumption order in both those clusters may be different, right? So we don't want that. And so the way we also do it is we restart the services, consumers second and producers first. And so what that does is you start producing to the new cluster, but the consumer is still consuming from the old cluster. And once it is done, then it can switch over to the new cluster. which would maintain, the order of the messages as well. And along with all of these aspects, we want to make sure that we are able to monitor the migration as it's happening. And mind you, this migration lasted a couple of months, right? Because we are tackling a lot of different environments. And so you want to make sure that if something is going wrong or if something is not as expected, we are alerted and we have enough monitoring in place. And so for that, we created detailed graphs for how MirrorMaker itself is performing. So it covers all of these different aspects of what is the replication lag, meaning that if I produce a message to cluster A, how long does it take for cluster B to get it? Consumption lag, which is a similar way to look at the replication lag as well. And then, of course, we'll monitor brokers for both the clusters as well. So we'll monitor incoming messages, outgoing messages. We'll ensure that the alerts are in place for new clusters. And also ensure at the same time that once the migration for these clusters is done, you want to make sure that the alerts on the older cluster are disabled as well to avoid noise, right? Because this migration in general needs to be extremely seamless and involve as few engineers as possible. So yeah, thank you for your attention. And any questions?
Yeah. So how are you? So this you spoke about restarts and stuff. Haven't you thought about having that completely using without opinion stuff where you just change in your code, right? Code change and your monitoring system is already monitoring your code for all the necessary changes, and it automatically does it in your environment wherever you're asking it to do. So is that still manual, as you said?
No, the restarts themselves aren't manual. They can be done via, let's say, we use multiple different GitOps. So for example, you can do it via, we use Argo CD extensively. So you could just restart our rollback services via Argo CD.
So you're manually doing that in Argo CD?
The restart itself, yes.
Okay.
Autosync is not enabled yet. These aren't actually service changes, right? So as I said earlier, we don't want to make any code changes. So there's no trigger as such that, okay, something has changed. We are just changing environment variables to start a migration for a particular service. That is a change, yes. But we don't have autosync enabled. So this is still a manual step to actually restart.
I personally did during my question, suppose that in the clusters you have got different topics, and into that different clusters you have got different topics, and partition is also different. How you are taking care and how you are taking care of the geo-replication. Like nowadays, like people are doing migration with the geo-replication data. How you are taking care of it?
So we don't have to worry about geo-replication exactly because we have different clusters in different geographies. So we don't have to replicate across geographies. That was not something which was in scope for the migration itself, because then the other region would have its own cluster, which would migrate locally, right? But different topics. So the way MirrorMaker works is it also creates a topic for you. So let's say you have topic T1 in one cluster and the MirrorMaker is working fine. Then in the other cluster, the same topic with the same settings will be created for you, right? And so when you create a new topic, let's say, so you have to create the new topic in both the clusters, and then both the topics would be replicated across the boundary with the same number of topics and replication factor and all of that stuff. If you change the number of partitions, then the other cluster will automatically get that change as well. That is something that MirrorMaker would take care of. You can never decrease the partitions. You can only increase it.
What are the challenges you face in the migration? What are the challenges?
The only thing we faced was challenges, I would say, because one of the major challenges was to make sure that there is no downtime. And also to make sure that we are able to roll back easily. The only reason we have two-way replication using MirrorMaker was to ensure that we are able to roll back easily. We could have done this even with just a single MirrorMaker, replicating data from A to B and not vice versa, right? Because we are only moving from A to B. We don't ideally want to move back. But this makes rollback extremely hard because you lose all the offset translation the other way, right? So when you migrate back, you have to do a lot of hand holding, in which we wanted to avoid.
I have one question regarding the rollback, right? And when you in your source cluster, were there any instances, because we are also making a replica of your destination topic into the source, right? So was there any instance where we ended up increasing the size of the source cluster itself just to have a rollback?
Yes. So these were the prerequisites, some of the prerequisites, because if you think about it, now we have the same amount of data in two places, right? But we also have the data that comes to the new cluster back to the old cluster. So we of course had to right size these clusters a little bit to make sure that there was enough resource available for all of these different systems to work. Even MirrorMaker itself consumes quite a few resources of its own. So we had to make sure that it's scaled.
No, initially we ended up scaling up the original cluster just to have the rollback capability.
Correct. Sorry? Which policies? For Jing policies for what? Exactly. So yeah, I mean, we don't purge anything as such during the migration. Once the migration is successful, then we can go back and purge all of the unused resources. None of purging was not, of course, automated because we don't want to purge anything unless we are sure that everything is successful, right? And so once it is, then we can purge things, yes. All right. Anyone else?
Yes. That's it. Thanks again. So with this, we'll break for lunch. The lunch is arranged on this side. You can just walk in. You'll have a cafeteria there. We plan to start this by at 2 o'clock. So please be back by 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we have a small quiz by one of the lspe-in the community members here. And I think there are some surprise goodies along with that. So we will plan to start by 2. Please be on time. Thank you.
हाँ अभी YouTube पे चेक करते हैं YouTube पे चेक बस
लैपटॉप में कनेक्ट है
YouTube पे बताना है काम फोकस नहीं
That's fine. Exactly. We want to go out. Hello. Hello. Welcome. You are getting it. Are you logged in?
No, they are.
Yeah, yeah. Because HDMI connected on that, so we'll share from there to me.
Check. Check. 1, 2. Check. Okay, sir. Audio clearly.
Audio and
Audio. Check. 1, 2. Okay, sir. Check. 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 1, 2.
audio would be lower the time adjustment. In case of emergency,
अभी शेयर मत करो. Stop share. नहीं, why will you lock it? It will be on live stream, no? I thought we wanted to just. I want to unshare this. G1. अभी ना live stream में if somebody. नहीं, I can break his password by the way. वो मत करो. Okay, no, sir. அதான் காத்தால சொல்லிருந்தேன் நானு கிளீனா செக் பண்ணி வந்தேன். ஃபைனல் ஒன்று இருக்கும், லோக்கலுக்கு ஒன்று இருக்கும். அது எடுத்துட்டு ஃபைனல் இருந்து ஷேரிங் பண்ணிட்டு அப்போ லோக்கலுக்கு ஓடும், லோக்கல் ஆர்டர் பார்க்கணும். அந்த கேமரா என்ன ஆகுது, ஃபைனல் அங்கே போகும், ஆன்லைன் இதான். आज टाइम है कुछ हो नहीं सकता.
We can finger enable, no?
Yeah, I'm scared. If I touch it will.
Hey, no, nothing. You have the Vipul's PPT?
You have.
No,
Share it
Vipul shared from his side on the Zoom.
on Zoom.
Yeah.
Then let's leave it like this only. Or they'll have to get video. Unlock it?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Devansh? I'm Siddharth. Shiva, you know Shiva, right? Okay. So your talk is now? Nice. Yes, I'm doing the quiz. Just 5 minutes. I'll put the screen already. जिसको QR code scan करना होगा शुरू करके quiz करना भी शुरू कर देंगे. मैं एक चेयर ले लूं?
अभी शुरू कर दो, लोग कम है, हमको चांस ज्यादा मिलेगा।
अरे वो तो टाइम तो सबका स्टार्ट और एंड मेजर होता है सर।
बहुत में कराओगे क्या?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, स्कैनर है और मैन्युअली मैंने कस्टम बिल्ट क्विज है। Sir, you are managing, sir. Oh, Idu yaru? हाँ ये स्क्रीन दिखाना है। स्कैन हो रहा है, जूम कॉल ये वाला कनेक्ट करो और जूम कॉल में ज्वाइन करना है। जूम कॉल पर ओह आई डिडंट नो दैट, सॉरी सॉरी। कहाँ पे है वो दे दो। मेरा बंदा आ रहा है। ओके ओके ओके, इसमें शिफ्ट करा डायरेक्ट वो होगा ना, इसका स्क्रीन शेयर होगा। आपका बंदा आएगा तो बताना। जूम कॉल कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा।
No.
I
So
can
what,
do
what
HD.
you what you have?
I have to show the quiz ना that we are doing for the
अच्छा हाँ quiz.
people here.
हाँ HDMI connect करके
HDMI दे दो फिर, कौन सा कनेक्ट करूँ?
HDMI direct.
हाँ I can do ना, no problem at all. Sorry. Can I get the mic?
Yes, you will get the mic.
What's your name? Sorry.
Siddharth.
Siddharth from?
Dr. Droid. Can you scan once? See what it's showing.
All right, so thanks for being on time. We have Siddharth from Dr. Joy.
Yes.
He's going
Yeah.
to run a
Crossword challenge.
Looks like there are some surprise goodies too.
Yes.
Please, QR scan.
Please scan the QR, and over there you'll see the DevOps crossword puzzle. Whoever finishes it first, I have the list of people who are finishing and submitting. There's name and email ID that you have to put. So I can track that, and then whoever wins will get some goodies right away. I have started. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, just 1 second. Yes. Yeah.
It's the stomach which gets the blood.
There are 3 people who have tried to submit it with 0 correct answers. They just submitted the email ID till now. I'll not obviously name them, but yeah, you can finish it and just submit it. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so. Did we share the Wi-Fi, guest Wi-Fi password also? No.
No, I think you can connect to WeWork Wi-Fi and you'll be able to log in automatically. So you don't need a password to join the Wi-Fi. Password is.
The secret of all these tools is you should have a very fast internet connection. Okay. That's and then answer that will be simple. Yeah, we're becoming late. Okay, so till when will you get the time and then time off?
2 more minutes. Yes.
Did we get enough answers?
We have a bunch of answers.
Correct answers.
No, not yet.
And you made the quiz so difficult that nobody is going to get everything. You get a bunch of names.
Well, this is completely designed for DevOps engineers. So I'm hopeful that there'll be some folks who will be able to crack it well.
Timer.
Yeah, we have a timer, so I can like wait for a couple of more minutes. In that meantime, what I can do is I can share. No, I can give a demo of a tool that I've built out. It'll take like a minute or two. Just 1 second. So the quick question here before even doing that tool demo is, does anyone here have like alert noise or alert fatigue in their Slack channels or PagerDuty or Opsgenie? I see one hand, two hands, a bunch of them now. So this is exactly what a tool I've built for. So let me just click here once and move this here. So basically, my tool is called Dr. Droid. What it basically does is it helps you reduce the noise in alerts. So we have integration with like PagerDuty, Opsgenie, Slack. It's all one click. Like you enter an API key or you install the bot, etc. Once you do that, you will instantly, like within 30 seconds, you will get a report of the noisiest alerts in your channel. So this is something that a lot of companies, including Swiggy, etc., use in their weekly stand-up sometimes, wherein, like if you have an operations team meeting, you can just, use this screen instead of having to do any manual effort. You can know, we do intelligent grouping here, we do intelligent correlations here. So the team can instantly know which alert is making noise. Is it started recently? Was it there since forever? How did this progress over time? And hence you're able to enrich those alerts in very short duration. Apart from that, we also have like intelligence features, like in real time we do alert grouping and correlation so that you can identify which faults to solve for, which faults to not solve for, etc. But I'll get into that late, like offline, if anyone is interested to chat more. I'll stick back to this surprise puzzle. And the company is called Dr. Droid for your reference again. And let me just check if we have any winners yet. I might have to. I think we could start with the setup of the next talk. And in the meantime, I should be like, so that we can do some parallel processing. I'm just checking. There's yeah.
What do you need to do?
Nothing. Give it to the next
Okay,
speaker,
you're
please.
done, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Let me take it down.
We do have some people.
I mean,
Is
I have
Siddhant Chatwal here?
and we can use that.
He is the one with
Yes, we can use
one
that.
of the highest scores here. Then is Saket here? Obviously, Saket is here. So Saket, yeah, he's the presenter.
Yeah, so Saket was the presenter, so.
So Saket gets, I'll just get the goodies out.
Yeah, so Saket and Siddharth.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have only two, so if I can get another third one, I will.
Siddharth, want to be?
Oh, sorry.
So there are people on stream where they cannot hear you.
All right. Yes. So I was just saying that I can see some winners here with the scores. Top of the list currently is Siddhant and Saket.
You can get it from.
And the third one is apparently someone who's a test account at mg.com. So if you want goodie, you can't come out, but I will not.
With mg.com.
Oh, we do have a few other winners. Now the orders slightly changed. The first one still Siddhant. Second is Raj. Is Raj here? Yes, so Raj, and third one is still Saket. No.
Super.
Yes, yes. Third one is Saket. Yeah, you guys can just come here. I'll just give you the goodies.
We have a different set of goodies from Moveworks that will distribute after the.
Correct.
So you have an option, t-shirt or bottle.
Both.
Saket, come here.
You need to go there. Okay. Yeah. Here's your t-shirt today. Yeah.
Here.
No, I have.
You can go to the-
Okay, I'll give you the bottle. Yeah. So yeah. So this is your bottle. And the third one is Raj. Yes, Raj. So t-shirt or bottle? T-shirt. No. For both, you should have tried to get everything in like 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome. If anyone wants to chat about reducing the noise or try it out, just let me know. Dr. Troy, the company's name.
Super. We are now the taxation third talk.
Thank you, Siddharth. So up next, we have Devansh from Amazon.
I hope we are awake after lunch. Just to start with, just a quick question.
Task of keeping us awake.
Yeah.
After the lunch.
So that's why I want to have this interaction. Alright, so I'll try to keep this interactive. So just a quick question. Have you ever imagined how much percentage of our internet traffic is non-human traffic? Non-human traffic.
अरे non-human. अरे तो मशीन आपस में बात करते हैं non-human. When you say non-human, you mean?
Yeah, by machine, by scripts, by bots.
Not
different by human.
So
Any guess?
if there's an API calls, like let's say I click on a button and then there is one service that I hit, but then that calls another service. Will you call that machine to machine or human? Machine to machine. That's still human. That's still human.
95% of your traffic will be.
How much?
95.
Not really. You told 40, 45. Yeah, it's like around 50%. Around 50%. So this is the data which we got from.
With AI or without AI?
With AI and everything, bots, like except non-human traffic. So it's around 47%, or you can closely consider 50%. So why I'm talking about this, because it's very important, right? Whenever. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so it's important to discuss about this because when we say non-human, it can be bot, it can be AI, it can be anything, right? So that's why I want to talk about in detail what are the different threat landscape. And when I say non-human, it doesn't mean that they are bad. That can be good as well. So we'll discuss in detail about that. So in today's agenda, we'll talk about threat landscape, threat intelligence, how we can protect at scale in AWS. One case study I'll discuss with a unique, not I will say unique, but one common trend that we're seeing with a lot of applications. And also, not like nowadays, no talk is over with GenAI. So just I put a little bit of slides with the GenAI time for slides. Go to that. There's no demo. Let's skip that part. So basically, when we talk about threat landscape, right, it is divided into two segments. One is the volumetric attack, one is the non-volumetric attack. Basically, we can categorize that as web attacks, equalization attack, cross-site scripting attack, for attacks, credential abuse attack. And when we talk about DDoS attack, it can be of various forms, but the concept is the attacker is trying to do a lot of volumetric traffic to bring down your system or to XML activity. And when we talk about application attack, agenda is not to send a lot of traffic, but to abuse or to try to find out a vulnerability in your application so that they can do send the exploit and take advantage. So this is the entire threat landscape, and all attacks, every attacks get categorized in between this. So let's talk about DDoS, then we'll move forward with the different attack type we have. So this is a graph which talks about the largest attack that we have seen, it's CLADP detection attack. But just quick question, I have to keep you guys interactive. So do you know why people perform DDoS attack, or what can be the motivation behind the DDoS attack? Any guess? Yeah, bring it down, right? But why do they want to bring it? Yes, one of the major thing that we are seeing, let's say you are running a company and I am a competitor, I may want to get advantage, try to bring down system. So you get your reputation loss, right? You get your users down. Any other reason you guys can think of? Yeah, state-run attacks. Like we have seen with Israel and like the attacks which is happening between states. Like And there can be reason of extortion, right? I have literally seen a customer who was getting a DDoS attack, and in the layer 7 header, attacker was sending, send me 1 Bitcoin and Bitcoin address. So literally he was demanding money to stop that attack. So geopolitical region, we also reputation loss, competition we talked about, boredom. If someone is bored, want to perform, DDoS attack. Cyber warfare, and this is something interesting that we are seeing common trend. You might, I'm not sure whether you guys have heard about it. There is something called DDoW attack. And basically, if you search it, you will find a full form called denial of wallet attack or distributed denial of wallet attack. Right now, a lot of our application and our workload is we are hosting in cloud, right? And in cloud, we pay for each request. If you divide, right, you will be able to gather the number. So attackers are performing a lot of traffic or sending a lot of traffic, not to bring down the system, but to cause you financial impact. Each request you get, whether it's a clean traffic or not a clean traffic, you pay for it, right? So this is the trend we are seeing with a lot of attack vector, a lot of application, a lot of customers, where DDoW is getting very common. So I think it's stuck.
What's wrong?
That's okay. So if you see this graph, right, we talked about two categories, right? One is the application layer attack, one is the volumetric attack. From 2022 onwards, we are seeing a rising trend in application layer attack, and DDoS attack is going down. It doesn't mean that actually it's going down, but compared to application attack, it's happening less. So it's very important to understand how we are well architecting our application, how we are protecting our application. And when we say application layer attacks getting more and more increased, what we essentially means that it's getting more and more complicated. The way the attacker attacks you, the way they write script, using AI and lot many things. So one of the attack patterns, or one of the way attackers attack you by using bots, right? They will start running script. Or what is bot? It's like simple description or software program that perform the tasks over the internet. So all bots are not bad, right? There are good bots as well who helps you, right? So when I say 49% of traffic is non-human, basically you have to understand what are good and what are bad. So there are good bots, for example, Google bot, Bing bot, LinkedIn bot, Facebook bot, and all, which can help you with SEO, which can help you with your social media influence and all. It's working. It's working. Yeah, working. Okay. So, like the good bots can help you also to monitor your website, right? You want to have user metrics, you want to know how your website is performing. You can send a bot which can get all the analytics and provide you complete dashboard. But at the same time, there are some bad bots, like they do fake review. Let's say if you're running some sale and all, this attacker can come, they can write fake reviews, maybe bring down your product rating, or there are like scrappers, you can fetch your website content and sell it somewhere, right? So they don't do it manually, they send a bot for that. They can like to steal business metrics, they can do account takeover fraud. When I say account takeover fraud, what we have seen is like a lot of time attackers go to dark web, copy your username and password, try to take over your account, try to do malicious activity. And this also does like vulnerability scan to understand the exploit and all. So basically the idea of talking about this is there are good and there are bad. And it's very important how you manage those. If you do not manage those, you end up paying because you have to process each and every request. So let's talk about some of the common attacks which we are seeing nowadays becoming very popular. One is the fake review and social engineering, account takeover I talked about. And this is very interesting, and our talk is going to focus on SMS pumping attack because attack itself has a lot of vector. I cannot cover all. So I'll be focusing on SMS pumping in this talk. And DDoW did discuss about that. So SMS pumping attack, wallet attack. So DDoW is distributed denial of wallet attack. Wallet. So basically financially it tries to impact you. So in cloud you pay for each resource, right? If you do not control the bad traffic, you end up processing those and you end up stacking your bill. And imagine if it comes in volume. Normally you pay $100. Let's say traffic becomes 10x, and if you're not controlling, your bill also becomes 10x. So that's how they try to impact you. So I'll talk about SMS pumping attack. So to simplify, what is SMS pumping attack? Okay, so SMS pumping attack right now, a lot of applications and website. How do we log in? I'll just take a few random example like Swiggy, Zomato. We just put our phone number, we get OTP, and we start logging in. Right those days are gone where we have to type username, where we have to type password and all. Right now, there's just phone number and login. So what attackers are doing, right? They will come to your OTP endpoint. They will start generating a lot of OTPs, right, unnecessarily, and they will never enter the OTP back to your system. So what happens, right? You end up paying the OTP provider. OTP provider end up paying the ISP. ISP gives the commission to attacker. So there are small ISPs which they tie up with the premium phone number, and that premium phone number, because our OTPs are exposed, like it's worldwide, like anyone can come, type phone number and generates the OTP. So they basically try to exploit that. And that is one of the vector we are seeing a very common trend. So I talk about a real world customer example.
Ask for OTP generation of OTP again and again.
Yeah, so since your API is open, right, I can generate n number of OTP. You'll keep on generating, and you think that it's a genuine traffic if you do not have any filter or any observability. So I'll talk about one real world customer example. Obviously, I'll not be naming the name of the customer. So it's like largest food delivery customer. What we saw and what customer complained about, they complained about they are getting a lot of SMS, but the business is not that much. The conversion rate is not that much. So we started deep diving, and once we started deep diving on the customer scenario, we found basically the complaint which customer came about. And SMS pumping attack we discussed, like they copy the premium number, they start generating revenue for themselves so that they get the commission out of it. And this is how the flow works. So fraudster will do a lot of verification, they are tied with the operator, and they get the revenue share. This is the agenda, or this is the motivation behind performing this attack. And why do we care? So in 2023, since the data out there are around $1.6 billion companies spent on this particular attack. And 5% of A2P, when I say A2P, it's like application to person. So when you try to generate the OTP, it's application which is sending the OTP, right? The application to person traffic consists of 5% of overall your entire traffic. And why does it matter? It matters because you basically end up overspending. You start focusing not on your business, but trying to prevent that. So your operational effort goes over understanding why the attack happening. And also it can interrupt your service. So imagine you're serving attackers or you're serving a non-valid user, right? What will happen? There can be chances that you have subscribed to, let's say, 1,000 SMS, but you start sending lakhs of SMS. Then you will not be able to serve your original customer who is actually trying to do the genuine activity. So this is a problem that we are seeing. And how to identify that? Maybe you can start understanding your conversion rate, how much OTP you're sending and how much conversion it is happening. Same thing we did that with customer. We found that it's not the real number, but just for a reference example, we found that, let's say, if they're generating, normally if they see 70%, but during the time of that abnormal behavior, the conversion rate went down to 50% or 40%. And also another factor which helped us to track this was the number was very sequential in order. So let's say it ends with 1, then again with 2, 3, 4, 5, because they run script or they try to automate that. This was another factor which, by looking at which we were able to identify that there is something very wrong happening. And another interesting factor was SMS was getting generated from non-valid users, like the location. So for example, their business in India, we were seeing OTPs coming in from Bangladesh around 4 AM. So which was really surprising for us. And that's how we were able to identify that this attack is happening. And also they get burst of requests. So normally they do not expect that much traffic, but suddenly at particular point of day, they'll start sending thousands of requests coming in for that particular endpoint. This is the clear indicator which basically tell us that there is something bad happening with the OTP endpoint. And how did we implement the solution for the SMS pumping attack? We have WAF with AWS. So WAF stands for Web Application Firewall. And if you see the evolving design as a challenge and how WAF solves it. So to start with historically, right? First it was a single IP which was performing the attack. Now multiple IP start performing the attack. This is still relevant, but the journey I'm talking about, how the attack has evolved during the years. So we saw randomizing user agent, browser impersonating, JavaScript, full cookie. Nowadays you're seeing a behavior where attacker acts like a human, and you will not be able to differentiate whether it's a genuine one or non-genuine one. So WAF can help you, like AWS WAF offers sophisticated bot detection or fraud detection, which can help to prevent like such kind of attack. There are many kind of attacks, but our talk is focused on SMS pumping attack. So we use WAF, and one of the feature for WAF is account fraud control prevention. By using that feature, we were able to prevent that attack. So WAF, the WAF stands for AWS Web Application Firewall. WAF works at layer 7. So when we talk about, if we go back to our college days, like TCP IP model, we used to learn about like starting from data link layer, network layer till application layer. Each layer is vulnerable to some kind of attack, right? So WAF sits this application layer, and that's where it helps to protect with application layer vulnerabilities. So hope you guys are aware of OS attack. OS is the open web application security, which publishes a lot of attack vector. And that's where WAF collaborates with the open source and help you to prevent those. So you don't have to write own signature. Just leverage WAF, leverage managed tool, you will be able to deploy that. So in a nutshell, these are the different tier or category where WAF works, like flexible rule configuration. I talked about managed rule, where you don't have to manage the signature. It automatically updates based on the attack vector OS determines. And as well as a rate limiting rule. It's quite very important. A lot of time people misses out on whenever they are designing their application, right? Rate limiting is must to have. It helps you to prevent the sporadic traffic and the sudden spike in the traffic, right? So that you throttle unnecessary kind of request. And you can determine like historically how much request you are seeing. Based on that, you can configure the rate limit. Then there is something called intelligent threat mitigation. For that we have like fraud control, captcha, challenge, client application integration, bot control. So it is a lot of technique. Like one of the technique is the token system. Any request comes in, we issue a token. And that token consists of browser fingerprinting, client behavior, and all. If anyone tries to manipulate with that token, WAF is able to identify that. So we'll talk about intelligent threat mitigation. So what we did, we used the intelligent threat mitigation to prevent the SMS pumping attack. And one of the feature that we used was ACIP, like account control fraud prevention. The account control fraud prevention works with the token mechanism. If that is the client information, if someone trying to do the OTP continuously, we'll be able to understand if it's coming from the same source by sending the token and getting the token in the cookie. And if you have mobile applications, then we can have a SDK integration for you. That also does the same work. And we do a combination of IP address, because just with the IP address, you cannot really detect these attacks because IP address can get changed. So we need to have a client segment and all those things in place. So there's a particular field with the ACFT called volumetric phone number high, right? So not content is not, but yeah. So volumetric phone number high. So phone number high can basically mention your OTP endpoint, on which particular path you are getting the OTP. And this volumetric phone number high can take care of like high number of requests or medium or low, whichever the way you want to configure. So for example, normally you know that within 5 minutes I get thousands of OTP, right? And you can configure in a such a way that if more than 1,000 or let's say 2,000, you keep some bandwidth. If more than that comes in, then you start acting on. You start attacking, like stopping those attacks and slowing down those attacks. So this is a solution which we implemented, and this is how it looked like. So first we implemented the rule, then we have like phone number, then we have a username as well. So in that customer case, we also saw that attackers are changing the username continuously. So first it was username, password, then phone number, then OTP. So it's changing the username as well as changing the phone number. So we clubbed these two rules and then we implemented the solution. By using that, we were able to bring down the attack vector up to 30-35%. And this was a major advantage customer got, where they minimize their billing, right? Implemented the right solution, right security in place. So I think I pause just to see if any questions or.
You need to thinking about this, and it may not be technically feasible at your point. Like you are saying, user of names and phone number for everything. The person actually use it for second, you will try to match up whether the particular person and that phone number is even registered or even try to mitigate that. How expensive would that sort of a thing would be?
So you mean to say that before even sending the OTP, you check that if that number is
registered, valid or not, or as one of the cases,
You don't do servers in Bangladesh, you drop anything.
With geolocation and Bangladesh.
Yeah, I mean, just figure that out and don't read it. So I'm just, and then, once it is there, then try to figure out whether that's a valid number in your phone.
So a lot of
And
times.
how expensive are those sort of things?
So that's correct. Like, so security is always defense in depth. This is not the only solution which will help you to prevent all problems that you're facing. Definitely, you need to have a geolocation, but they also had a business in Bangladesh in a business hour, but they're getting attacked in the non-business hour. So timing you cannot change, right? Because they're getting 4:30 a.m. OTPs, but their delivery start by 9 a.m. So
even then you can't say that something superstition is. Can a telco take the ownership that before sending this OTP, can I do a project and stop it?
Telco do that at some capacity, but
His question is how costly it would be.
no, his question is about like how do we verify first, then send the OTP.
Yeah,
I'll come to that.
expensive in terms of resource, the fact that latency.
Right.
Because you have to go to a database search and things like that.
So the interesting answer to that is like, you had two questions, like how can we control the geolocation? Then how do we control, or how do we verify if the user is already logged in or not? So answer to first is like, you cannot really control every time the geolocation because you might have business to that, right? Answer to second one is, it's not really the sign-in page. Sometimes you do sign-up page and you send the OTP.
Right.
How do you check over there? You cannot have really control. So still you need a protection for this.
The sign-in phase.
Yeah, sign-in page you can have multiple check, but still you want to have a little bit of leverage where you allow people, or else if you put like very strict restrictions, then you might lose up customers. So there has to be some in between line. But sign up, interestingly, a lot of customer has sign up page open, right? Because you want customer to come in, and that's where the attacker attacks you. Yes, sir.
In one of the SMS providers that we integrated, we realized that whenever we send them to initiate a SMS, right, we pass some sort of token, say access token to them, and then before making a final shoot to the customer, right, they revalidate the access token back with our service. So in that case, I mean, if suppose, say for example, it's getting SMS at a different timing. Anytime before shooting to directly to the customer, it will always take bypass with our microservice. And from there, it will always fail. So in our case, right, I mean, even though I have worked very closely with SMS and all, right, our case, we never got that. I agree with you that there may be chance multiple SMS will be thrown, but there was never a chance in our case where we got SMS at a very awkward time. That's how it turned out.
So awkward time is just one of the key indicator to find out. But there can be other indicators which may tell you that you are facing the attack. Not necessarily you are facing the attack, it's just like very generic.
But in simple words, right, if just before shooting a final thing, just if you validate back with microservice, right, whoever is initiating, that will not solve this kind of problem.
So how, like, for which parameter, like, what are the parameters you use to validate?
Like our microservice used to generate one unique identifier. We give it to third party, and before they acknowledging that it is in our queue. And after a second, they again, before just shooting it, because that's a monetary cost, right? Before shooting, they again sending the API call to us. We say that it is a genuine access token, and we throw them back. So
does it have latency or
yes, agree. There's a latency part of it, but reduce our cost and the security part, right, was almost close to showing that those.
Yeah, so there are multiple ways. I'm not saying this is the only solution. So the idea of showing the back is, instead of loading or overloading the microservices, you can push all those logic at the edge. Or
but this is also another some sort of semi microservice.
I think the point here could be that it all depends, frankly speaking, on what we want to do. So for example, I remember correctly, EPF and all, if you try to do something, then they actually send you SMS with a unique identifier embedded in that SMS that this is the OTP for this request ID. And then they say request ID is night or not. And when you do that, it is the same because I think those are the things that one has to do the verification or thinking about what level of security I want to build in and all of that. So whether I really want my people to be able to sign up or sign in easily and ensure that harm is minimized rather than completely zero. Right? I think that's the cause that matters.
And one also have to think like how much you want to overload your backend service, right? So just imagine a scenario if you have overloaded or if you have put your logic in your microservices. Imagine that times when you get bombarded or really like 100x spike than a normal user, how will your microservice react? Your microservice will start scaling up, right? That comes with cost. That's what we avoid. That's why we generally, as AWS, whenever customer talk to us regarding this, we want them to put their logic nearest to the user, so that you don't have to overload your microservice. You save cost, you save latency, you save bandwidth.
I mean, scaling up the microservice may cost you much more than the cost of an extra SMS.
We do microservices, right? Just to scale up easily.
No, I'm just saying, but if you have to start up another pod or start up another VM just to handle extra traffic, that will be more expensive than just sending out 5 more SMSs.
But this is also a paid service, right?
Yeah, so just to give you sense of it, it just costs like $5 per month for design WAF, and it just costs $0.6 per million requests. So it's not that expensive. It becomes expensive when you don't add it and to start scaling up. So yeah,
one thing. So thanks for bringing this up and very interesting. So the major problem that we're trying to deal here with is like the pod account, right? Exactly, right? So now once you enter the mobile number, you have the validation of country code versus the number.
Right.
If that is matching, what if we introduce the captcha? So that is a bad user experience, maybe. But then I think at least in the sign up page, if you do that, this will get majorly reduced by any over engineering or any extra costs. Let me know if that makes sense.
yeah, it does. I'm just pulling architecture. So whenever we talk about security, right, it always depends on that. There is not a single solution which can help you prevent everything. If you see this architecture, right, we have this captcha over there. And I agree with you. You can have captcha challenge, sir. But it comes with the user experience cost, right? So you have to take a decision. You have to take whether this or whether that or whether both. Depends on your appetite. It depends on how you want to, what kind of user experience you want to give. Captcha, yes, but there's a way to bypass captcha as well. Then you have to have multiple checks. So if you see this request flow, right? So if you see, right, normally this is coming in, right? There's a rule engine, that's a WAF or something. Then it's going to bot and fraud. It can be any rule, right? Then it's going to multiple checks. It's going to bot activity, checking for stolen credential, doing behavior analysis. Once everything is okay, then it's going passing, then it's going to your application. And even before that, you can do captcha or a challenge, silent challenge, like you might have used Cloudflare or something. It does verification. Yeah, it does basically token verification. It sends a token and try to understand your client behavior and all. Then, yeah, you can apply multi-layer approach. It's not like just this approach.
So all the various types of captcha that are available by today, are you saying there are bots who can also bypass that?
Yeah, there are bots who can buy very easily. So that's why it has to be multi-layer. If they bypass captcha, they should get caught by something else. You have to make it difficult for attacker to attack you.
So very interesting challenge to solve then.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, another question.
Okay. Okay, my question was you just said something that had created a second question. If you think captcha can be bypassable, why are you saying captcha in respect? That's a different question. But my question was the data that you showed in the previous slide. That is after you integrate the SDK in the app, or is it out of the box you put all this data from every request? The previous slide you had.
Sorry. This data you're talking about, or just
there was a AWS graph dashboard.
sorry. This one?
No. I think it's covered.
Okay.
There is some.
Which one? Sorry, I'm not. All this slide I have.
There was one slide where you showed the data. We talked about how you could rate limit and all this.
So how we can?
How you could rate limit and all those rows.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Got it. Sorry. This one?
And
We have rate quitting and all.
fine. Okay, my question is, you get certain parameters, right, based on which you can decide it's a problem. As far as you experimented with AWS fraud, you need to integrate SDK. Now my question is, will you get all this out of the box without integrating any SDK? Can you detect account takeover? Can you detect what's a fraud, what's not without SDK?
right now, or you have to integrate it?
We can detect it until you're not using mobile application. If you're using mobile application, we need to have SDK integrated. It is because the token or the behavior analysis that we do, we pass that under cookie parameter. And with the mobile app, you cannot have a cookie parameter as a whole.
So even with the web application, I mean, the corresponding jar or whatever.
Yeah, so the performance will not be that optimal. It can still work. Our recommendation is to have SDK integrated. Because you do reference, you do codes and all those stuff. Mobile app can give, but with the SDK integration, it does not work with like normal our web app work, the layer 7.
My question is associated to cost. How much does it cost? Where if it's is it with field advance or it is outside field advance?
So right now, we are not talking about field advance, but if you have a field advance, that becomes free, right? But just with the WAF, we have like 3 or 4 charges. One is the platform charges, $5 per month. Then we have like request processing charge, $0.6 per million. We can take this offline actually. All right, so let's talk about creating GenAI application. So we see a lot of GenAI application coming out, right? With the public interface, anyone can go to GenAI application, do a query. It takes input parameter and it gives the output parameter, right? That also comes with cost. You have to take input, process it. Let's say if I'm putting 2-line input, you guys might also have seen in the chat GPT, right? You put 2-line input, it gives you 100 of answers, right? So that also gives you the output token. That also comes with the compute power, basically, right? And imagine if you have launched your LLM, which is public out there, and if you're not doing the filtering with the clean traffic or with the malicious traffic, you end up paying your compute more and more, right? So, and normally what we have seen, so I'll come to that, but OS top 10, OS as we talked about, has released the list of attacks that can happen to LLM. It's open source, you can just go there and check what are the type of attack. I'm just going to focus on the model of denial service attack, basically the volumetric attack. What they can essentially do, they can bring down your LLM down or they can increase your cost. So what we have seen architecture, it's just not restricted to AI application. The origin or the endpoint can be anything. It can be EKS, it can be a normal EC2, it can be anything, right? Normally what we see as architecture, people use load balancer in front of like a lot of deployment, right? They have EKS, they have fronted by load balancer. And whenever the request coming with the load balancer, and if you do not have a WAF with right set of rules and the filtering, you end up losing all the requests. And remember our first conversation, 47% is non-human, right? If you do not control that, you end up striking off your cost. And even if you can go down, because load balancer, we have documented it publicly, it starts scaling up. As soon as you get more than 50% of your normal traffic, load balancer starts scale up. When the load balancer scales up, load balancer IP gets changed, right? And when the IP gets changed, you can have a downtime of 4 or 5 minutes. And if you're running a business critical application, you cannot afford that. So that's why our recommendation is if you're using load balancer with GenAI or with any origin, put WAF with the load balancer. So
you told load balancer IP change, but there is a proxy, actual IP, right? So behind that multiple load balancer is configured. One IP may get this, but the VIP will remain same.
Yeah. So what happens in that case, right? Normally, when it scales gradually, you don't see a problem. But when you have sudden request, then you see a problem. Then you may see a problem. Then all the IPs get changed because machine has to scale up a bit. So whatever node you have, it scales up a lot. So that's why you see a problem. So we kind of suggest customers to use WAF with the load balancer. So it can be any origin, just not with the GenAI or anything. So this another factor, just talk on that. Sorry, I'm just messed up with the slide. All right, so I think some changes on the slide, but what I'm trying to tell is in front of load balancer, if you put CloudFront, right? CloudFront is a global Syrian network. It comes with SYN proxy inbuilt. It's a global resource, but load balancer does not come with SYN proxy inbuilt. If you just have CloudFront with WAF with load balancer and your backend, you can mitigate the flood attack or silver attack at the edge itself. And along with CloudFront and WAF, you have further protection.
So WAF gives you the clean traffic, CloudFront gives you the extra layer of protection. That's why you will be able to process in much secure way. So this is the idea of the entire talk and the architecture I want to discuss. So
what you summarize that one solution cannot provide you full security. So along with the load balancing, you want to add WAF so that combine more things.
right, and even if you want to have further security, you can have CloudFront in front of the load balancer and WAF attached to the CloudFront. And a lot of times people have misconception that CloudFront is only for the static content. That's not true. CloudFront can also accelerate your API traffic, can also accelerate your dynamic content as well. So I see you're smiling. I think you might have implemented. So yeah, that is what it is. So, and trust me, CloudFront, I've been in a lot of situations where we have seen large enterprise, they do their load balancer public and they keep on serving that. And one fine day attack happens, their actual website went down, goes down because just with the load balancer, sudden spike it cannot handle. So have to just rethink of having CloudFront in front of the load balancer with WAF, beat any other thing. Yeah, sitting comes with the cost. But if you don't have this, then imagine I will tell you a real world example which I have seen with a gaming customer. They used to do a betting online, right? Normally, when you see a gaming customer, they are prone to a lot of attacks. Gaming industry, there are a couple of reasons to it. One of the reasons is, let's say I'm a gamer, I want to take the advantage. I'll start DDoSing that other endpoint so that other gamers do not play or I take the advantage of that. They can get some number of reasons. So one fine day attack happened. Normally they used to bill $3,000 or $4,000. That particular month, the bill went to $40,000. And when we did analysis, we found out that like basics were missing, like they did not have a WAF, they did not have proper DDoS architecture. So that's why we recommend to have this, like better to spend $100 than to start spending like thousands of dollars.
Another thing is that when you talk about the load balancer, say for example, F5 systems, they also sell the license of a DDoS prevention.
Right.
So does this help instead of WAF?
Yeah, it's just not about AWS WAF. It can be any WAF, right? Idea is to understand the overall architecture and design in such a way that you are resilient to scale, you are resilient to the attack traffic, you are able to filter out bot and non-bot. So idea is that you can have F5, you can have Fortinet, you can have Cloudflare, you can have Akamai. There are a lot many vendors. Anything you can have, but it does that have it in the proper way and try to position your application in such a way that it's not dependent on a single region. It has to be deployed like CDN basically, which can have multiple POPs. So that if attack happens in one POP, let's say I'm attacking from Bangladesh, I'll be attacking the CDN Bangladesh POP. My attack will not come to your origin, it is sitting in Mumbai. So that is the whole idea.
Basic question.
Yeah.
So the DDoS preventions that we have, how does it actually work in practice? What's the theory?
So I wanted to put that, but that will become too long, but I'll just give you in a very nutshell way.
Yeah.
There are 2 or 3 fundamental ways to tackle the DDoS attack. One is the very blunt way, but that is not a scalable way, where you put the limit. If beyond that I get, I'll start blocking. You end up like blocking a genuine request as well. That is also a way, but not a wholesome way. There's another something called honeypot, right? So honeypot is a concept where we deploy a fake application, actual application, so that we understand the attack vector, right? We learn from them and we deploy their intelligence on our network. If such attack vector comes in, we block them then and there. There's another way. And third way is like reactive way. When I say reactive way, DDoS is something, right? When you imagine a scenario where you get millions of requests, there is no security or nothing which can protect you at that point of time. You have to scale up. So DDoS also is about scaling up. While the time you apply intelligence, while the time you apply protection, you can scale. And while you are scaling up, think about protection. It has to be multiple ways.
So essentially, you are keeping on accepting connections, but also being able to scale up and back.
Sorry, come again?
You keep accepting connections.
Right.
Right? And so one of the ways we do it is just get the SYN packet and then they don't send the rest.
Right, that is called SYN flood attack.
Right, the SYN flood attack, where you just send SYN packet.
Right. SYN you don't complete it.
Right.
Right.
And that's where the open statement sockets are.
And the system goes.
So, but there's no way you can prevent that because you have to keep it open for that time for the And
So
there's
there-
a kernel one which I think adjustments about information, but I don't know what it really is.
So that is the problem I'm talking about. With load balancer, we don't have inbuilt in proxy, but with CloudFront, we have inbuilt in proxy. So we complete the handshake with the attacker, right? Once the handshake is completed, then we send the above request to your origin. So we take care of completing the handshake. That's how we prevent.
If the handshake doesn't get completed, it doesn't go to the back.
It doesn't go to the backend, right? There is another. So that's why I'm saying that have a globally distributed service. It can be anything which comes with SYN proxy inbuilt. The very basic DDoS attack which you prevent at the edge itself. It will not even go to your origin. All right, thank you. So this is all I had. If anyone has any, oh sorry. Which architecture?
Yes.
This one?
No, the one that is scanned.
Okay, okay.
I think we didn't discuss this one.
Yeah, this architecture one.
I think we didn't discuss this.
We discussed, like, okay, anyway, we can talk about it. So what I was telling was security has to be a multi-layer approach, right? You cannot just have one solution which can help you prevent everything. So when we apply a WAF, you get a lot of options with that. It is not only limited to this architecture, you also get multiple other things. So when the request comes in, like let's say there is normally the malicious user. First level of protection, you definitely want them to throw a captcha or a challenge, right? If they solve it, then they go to next layer. We check for the bot activity. Then we check for the stolen credential. Either they are copying or doing a credential stuffing attack on all. Then we also check for the behavior analysis, right? How the client behavior is. Once everything is checked and if it is clean, then the request go to your application.
Multiple layers. But then what about the latency, the time taken to complete the request?
Yeah, very interesting question. So we tell with the WAF we do not add more than 10 millisecond latency. So we restrict it. There's a way we restrict it so that obviously you cannot have unlimited, right? So the rules that you add, you can add up to 5,000 capacity. There is something else. Like each rule is attached to a capacity. So if you are adding up to 5,000 WC, which is our limit as well, we don't add more than 10 millisecond latency.
Okay, so it's like you need to decide and pick few things, not all.
Yeah, as per your use case, as per your requirement.
Okay, I have a question. So I've been using AWS app. So I've been using AWS app when like even the strangest rate limiting rule still can't like prevent the DDoS attack. Yeah, 2 years ago it still didn't. Like DDoS was happening. But now it is better. But the problem that I still see with AWS app is the fraud rules. It's a costly upgrade, right? And you talked about denial of wallet attacks. The problem with fraud detection rule in WAF is the pricing of it is the cost. Like look at the pricing of it. For 10,000 checks of the capture, right? Or 10,000 checks of the fraud rule. Like if you just give a dummy capture, I'll get $4 as a estimate. An attacker having $7 to $10 who can like buy residential properties and like can send say millions of requests. That would end up becoming denial of wallet for me. After I started using AWS fraud detection tool. So now as your SME, how do you suggest like what should be the like difference in that strategy to prevent that using AWS?
So there was a customer who was saying me, I'll rather let attack happen than apply back because it's costly affair. But that's not whole part of it. So you have to think holistically, right? So whenever you're thinking about DDoS attack or wallet attack, you have to have skill advanced, you have to have WAF, you have to have CloudFront, right? Then you have to plug it together because if you have a skill advanced, you have skill protection. When I say skill protection, right, irrespective of having WAF or not, if you're scaling up, you pay for the cost. So even if you have WAF and your infrastructure is scaling up, you have to end up paying that, right? But if you have a skill advance with the WAF, and if your infrastructure starts scaling up due to an attack, AWS provides reimbursement to you. Like that's how you protect yourself financially.
No, is it a WAF feature or WAF advanced, like shared advanced feature?
It's an advanced feature.
So which is like you have to pay 4K per month, like per something, like to get the reimbursement, right?
Like
This is again a DOW.
So it's like 3K, but again it comes with like a lot of I do not want to go into commercials, but there are a lot of team who can help you to reduce the cost with the public pricing, which can become a cost-effective affair for your entire solution. So right now you might be paying $500 or $800, like how much you are paying with WAF, but the value which advanced add with the WAF is immense because you can slip
like aram say, or peace of mind, because you know that 100x, even if I scale, there's someone to reimburse my money. Right? If you don't have it advance, imagine a scenario you get 100x, then what happens? You end up paying that. So it's combination. That's why we always say security is a multi-layer approach. You cannot just have WAF, you cannot just have shield advance and do it.
So multi-spending approaches. It's like talking about DOW, right? AWS is infamous for DOW, but we can take this offline, but
I'd love to take this offline because
But getting too deep.
yeah.
An insurance policy.
Yeah, insurance policy, exactly the insurance. Insurance is like you don't need it, but when you need it, you end up bank corrupting yourself. So that's why it's the advantage.
All right, thank you.
This is not your laptop, is it? Is your laptop?
My laptop.
Thank you. Thank you, Devansh. So up next, we have Ankali. Over to you.
Yeah. No, it's here. We could do it. Oh, directly. Okay. Hello. Oh, hello. Continue work for your answer. Model. Slide sharing. Slide sharing mode. The range would actually ये होना चाहिए.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. And after the wonderful talk about the infrastructure, so my next topic is about the how could we add some governance layer into the infrastructure. So I want to make it more interactive. So it will be multiple questions. If your question answering mind ready. So just wanted to know that what is configuration. So anywhere, any infrastructure, whether it is cloud or on-premise data center, behind that there are multiple infrastructure elements. What it consists of? Router, switch, load balancer, firewall, monitor. And it generally does not work if we purchase something and put it, it does not work. We have to put some configuration. And this configuration varies from company to company, team to team, as per your business. Second thing, why it needs to be controlled? Say, for example, in our organization today, there is something. Okay. Is it better? Perfect. Okay. So why configuration is required? Because as per the business logic, we need to forward the traffic, we need to allow something, we need to deny something, and for that, we are having the configuration. And what will happen if that is not configured? Suppose you want to have a malicious intent, if you want to put some wrong code, it may simply break your system and it will have a catastrophic impact. Your brand revenue, everything will be go for a loss. So what I'm proposing today is how can we have a good governance system on that? So that not only system stays stable with uptime, also our brand reputation revenue also gets positively affected. So let's move it further. So this is something network architecture looks like. On top of that, we have ISP. From there, by the audio visible at the last. Okay. So from the ISP, connection comes to the data center. After that, there are multiple layers like core, distribution, access. There are multiple other concepts like leaf, spine, and further it's connected to your devices by which with VPN you can connect. If I zoom some part into little bit, so this is how it looks like. There's a GSLB. Recently heard about GSLB, how could we avoid something? But behind that, there are appliances, there are servers. So there are multiple categories of devices, whether it's a DMJ, PCI, leaf, and router switch, servers, etc. Now think of a scenario that if I talk an example of a network device, we want to see what is the running config. So I took a Cisco device, for example, logged into the device, whatever is in violet color are current of a company confidential. That's why I have to mask it. So just put a command that show running configuration. So this is the running configuration of a production device. Now here comes the part of the telemetry. What telemetry? All the device that sends the log. So we have to capture the logs, and from that log we can analyze that what happened over the device, if it's something malicious happened or if it's something genuine happened. From the log, we can have a better understanding of that. So running config is a very big, probably 10,000 lines of configuration. Let me just print it out and put an include log. So here if you see that we have configured a logging server, we have defined an endpoint, and we have mentioned the severity. So 5 means up to all the notification level thing, alert, notification, and warning level thing you send. Beyond that, I don't need. So this is the configuration that we did. Now let's see that what happens. So in one of the test device, I intentionally, so this is my infrastructure device. We have the privilege to do whatever the business requirement, we have to put the configuration. So in one of the example, we have put interface loopback 555 subdomain configuration, which may not be the production use case, but for the demo, we are just showing. So we logged in, we put some config, and if you see that from the log, we are getting all the data. So how we are getting? So here is a command that show along the log everything wherever I am having something great. And after that, I'm trying to fetch the last one line of config that happened. So we can find out that this thing actually happened over the device, and so that we can clearly see that from where the connection has been originated. So you can see that the connection has been originated from there. This is the network management username and what is the config that went on. So we have a clear picture. Moving ahead, we are right now passing the data to Splunk. There could be any other log receiver server. Let's talk about the Splunk. And so this is the raw data look like. So if we have put the proper filtration criteria, we are getting something raw data. Now, if we tune it further for a validated, we just generated some random traffic, and this is the query. You can see that from the index we are reading the data, we are excluding some part and put some ratings. With that, you can see that from multiple devices we are getting some data. What is the config? Everything we are getting, and timestamp also we can say. You can see the timestamps are very closely aligned, so that is connected. Now we have, when we deploy it in the production, let me also show you. This is actually the production data. So across geography, so if you see that from my organization, so CDC is the California data center. We have the MCC Multicloud region. We have the David Class Center. So multiple data center, whatever the device which is having the config change, we are capturing everything over there. Also on the fourth column, you can find the who is the user who is doing. So that is the user ID. We are getting the total field. Earlier, it was not there. So what is the problem and what is the benefit after implementing the solution? Earlier, if something happened, we have to simply trace, hey, do you know something have happened? Do you know why it happened, when it happened? But if we have this kind of capability enabled in our solution, then we can have a clear view that, okay, fine, on this device, on that particular time frame, this thing happened, and this is the guy who have done it. So we can easily pinpoint and try to target the problem much faster. This is some working code, and over the line number 198, whatever you saw earlier in my slide that I was running a command called show accounting log, the same thing I'm running over there. And with that I'm getting, so I am trying to connect a device, target device, And we get connection successful, we get all the details, what is the device vendor, what is the version, and everything get connected, and from there, we are exposing the data to first API, so that it can be exposed to the third-party application, of course, not an outsider, but internal third-party application. With that, we are getting the data. So this is one of the device, who did it, everything. Again, you can see that this is the Unix epoch timestamp, who is the user, at what time they have done changes on which device, what is the IP, and from where the connection has been originated. So if I look into from the terminal point of view, we could clearly see that all the data, when the API is running, is actually being transmitted. This is for a demo purpose. We are all logging the data in a particular table. So we have the data for future analytics and reference as well. So just to give you a summary, that this is the timestamp, this is the target device, source IP, from where connection has been originated, and who have done this. So all the data is coming to me. Now we have to communicate. People are not going to see my black and white screen or terminal, which is on my laptop. People are not interested. So we have to communicate to the user that, hey, this thing happened. Just have a cross check that is it really worth it or not. For that, we are having a Slack notification. Of course, this is a raw format where you are getting a detailed view. But if we filterize this, you could get a very clear view where you can see that this is the device, this is the user who have done from where the connection has been originated, and when it was originated. So this kind of a clear view you are getting, you are providing to the user. So user have a much better sense that, okay, this thing have happened over my system, so we can easily pinpoint it. And now coming back, when we talk about the governance, there is something called ITSM. One example of ITSM, let's talk about ServiceNow. So in ServiceNow, we have scheduled a change. It have to be approved, it have to be peer reviewed. And based on that, if everything goes fine, then we can proceed. I will take a 1 minute pause to have check if there is any question in between. Okay, thank you. So let's chat about that ServiceNow integration. So I have provided one production ServiceNow number, and over there we could see that it is an approved change on particular 15th of May. It was approved. It is currently in flow state. What is the affected device? Some device, and who have implemented everything. Now I have to check whether whatever the change that is happening on the device, is it aligned with this change or not. For that, we had written a logic, and over there we could see one of the example we have used. So we have found that one of the device on 26th June, something had happened. So next target was that we could check that way in the device last device change was done on June 26th. This is the timestamp 22:15 UTC time zone, and the system when it was reported is June 28. So probably there is a clear mismatch. So we can mark that no changes has been detected for today. It's a previous record, and probably no action is required. But if we find that, okay, fine, the change when it was reported and the ServiceNow timestamp are matching, so that's a genuine change that people are actually doing. So then people can take the necessary action. And this is a email configuration that this is just done a template that this device, this time, this pin changes have happened. And also we are providing information that if this is left side is my previous configuration and this is my post configuration, so you can clearly see that with the dflip library, it's very easy to implement. We can see that this many lines has been deleted from the configuration. This line number 8, HTTP server has been added. So this will give a clear picture that this thing has been changed over your system. Also talking about the visibility, since I touched upon the database part. So we can see that who are the people who are actually touching our device. We will get a clear view that if you see that the violet color in the bottom, is maximum connection is being originated. So we can pinpoint that, okay, from this account, most of number of connection is being initiated. If anything required, we can trace that. And of course, you can see all the user ID available. We can see which device is getting most number of configuration connection and from where the connection is originated. So in one of the last section, you can see that 84 connection has been originated from one server. So we could identify that which is actually top talking server of our infrastructure. So that's pretty much about it. We'll take a pause to see if you have any questions. Yes, can we have a mic?
This is interesting. Can you go back a couple of slides? I just wanted to one before this. Yeah. Now, this is like this has been deleted or this has been added. is there a way to put some sort of a semantic layer on top of this and say actually what the change really means? As you said, added an HTTP server or something, somebody to analyze this and say, okay, so this change implies that this was deleted, this particular port or whatever happened, and this what was done. In a way that is easily understandable of what has been the impact of the change rather than what the change is.
Okay, very good question. Let me talk you from this point. So this is kind of a template that we are providing to the user. So that they, I actually send the mail as a test part to me, but in future the plan is that given a particular device, when the change happened, who did the change, and at the same time, if you see that what actually has been changed. So that will give a clear correlation that on that device and also why. So that is the service now change number. So you can have a direct one-to-one correlation that as part of this change, this thing has happened. And also we are having a window compliance. So if you see this slide, okay. So if you see the plan start and plan end, there is a defined time period of 2 hours. Within that 2 hours, it is approved. Beyond that, theoretically, you are not supposed to do. But what happens that if people do after example 201, people can do it. Nobody is stopping. So that time we have a cross check to check that if window, this whatever the time window where the change was approved is compliance or not. So that's why we have a last column as window compliance or not. And answering to your point that whatever change in the what section, we have a plan to do a hyperlink. So if people clicks that, this link will come on.
So my question goes beyond this. This is fine. As a person who understands networking, I can understand what this change means. But for somebody to be able to read this and say what the change actually means in practice, what has happened, this particular data center, this particular router, we have changed the pathways. I mean, whatever we have done. I mean, in a human understandable way that one can convey, okay, so this is what the change implied. So people can say, okay, how the change has impact. So other people possibly would also be able to understand if they see a sudden spike in some surge in traffic, they may be able to allude it back to, okay, this change happened because of this, our change, we changed the pathway or we changed our ISP. And just trying to say semantic layer, using all of this AML, AI sort of things. So basically understand what it really means.
Totally agree. Of course, this is the first iteration that we are providing to the user. And one more thing is that today the customer for this is the infrastructure engineers, not the leaders, because leader can only know that, okay, I have an outage and that costed me $1 million. Beyond that, they simply bother to know. So for the engineers, this data is provided that this is where you know the most of the thing and you can pinpoint. So this is how we are trying to build governance so that you can see that what actually happened, when happened, and who did it. So you don't need to search in the head stack. Any questions I would love to take?
Have taken Splunk. You took Splunk and did a lot of coding, and all these things are already available in Cisco brand networks and infrastructure and open. Why did you consider those things which are out of the box easy to use for a user? Right? Rather than having all these logs and reports and taking a common man with or a and network engineers like this.
Okay, so if I understand your question correctly, you are telling that we are doing some operation in the Splunk. Why don't you use you told a couple of Cisco products or other products, right?
Cisco Prime Network, Cisco Prime Infrastructure, they provide all these things and OpenNMS.
OpenNMS we have used. Practically, OpenNMS does not have that generality level, first point. And secondly, today I have given an example of Cisco device. When we talk about the infrastructure, our primary goal is to get vendor agnostic. So today we are using Cisco, tomorrow you may use Juniper, tomorrow you may use Arista, next day version. And it can change the version as well. Cisco have the Nexus OS, iOS, ASR, multiple versions. So if I stick to the Cisco umbrella, then my Juniper device will not work. Then my WAN device will not work. So that's why we are trying to come up with a vendor independent.
There is also Cisco product.
That's one example I have given. But
Splunk is a Cisco product now.
Splunk has been acquired. But we can have the other log server. So Splunk is giving you example just to have a common user-friendly feel. But we have our internal log server where something can be hosted. The main idea is that to get vendor agnostic. So if I tell you that only use example GeoSync, you will tell monopoly. and something other things.
So how do you make this easy for non-network engineers? Something like now you have a written code and also for this, you need a Splunk person who knows this scripting.
Maybe no, because this is for the most of the people in the cloud are kind of infrastructure engineers. So for that, I am keeping the slide so that people can code it. But for example, C-level people or at least director level people, what I will present to them, hey, I am looking to Splunk, launch Splunk. I'm not going to tell that. For them, it only means that, okay, fine, something had happened. So this kind of Slack. So if you just see, you talked about ONMS. So our channel also names as ONMS and it's for a testing purpose where we are logging the raw data. Now, this is a dedicated channel where non-network people can see. They don't need to know what is Splunk, what is my coding. I don't write code. So if they can only see that, example, you pick up any line that first column is the device name, second column is the username. So you can see that here some real user have done and here some service account have done, from where connection has been originated and from when it was originated. So this is all for the C-level people. Any questions? Okay, thanks a lot for your time.
Cool, thanks for the talk. I think we'll have two more talks in 5 minutes, maybe not a talk. One from Niranjan. He's going to talk about his company. And there's one more after this. Yeah. You need the laptop? Yeah. Oh. Shows. You have a laptop? No, I didn't. It can be connected, right? Can you talk to? Yeah. So I would like to share. You like to share the website? Okay. Do you have the other laptop, or we can present it on some other laptop? It will be good. Yeah. Okay. So you have any other laptop here?
Shares.
Can you open it?
Shares.
Figuring the laptop. You need a clicker? Click on it. No, click on it, right? This is going to show you the website. Open a new window. Or just pull the tab tool. Nice. You can remove later.
Just open up the.
Where's my should be. We can use this. Maybe. Hi. Hi. Hello. No, no, no.
You don't stop. We can use that. So that's the influence that. We'll do this very short one and then.
Shall I give two
Is it on?
It's on. It's on.
Yeah. Hi. Yes, sleepy, feeling sleepy.
It's on.
Yeah. So,
It's on.
yeah, interesting. So, hi guys, I welcome Bangalore Cloud. So, you all walk in, so cloud, AI, software, how is it? How is the crowd? Can you tell me about? So, basically, I'm an engineer. So, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm trying to build a startup. This is my LinkedIn. If you want to connect future and see the updates what we are doing, you can follow the space. So it's single pages. So what disruptive AI is what startup we are trying to build. So it's trying to build AGI technology, and there are different platforms. It demands to support AGI workloads. So in one of those main workloads are a cloud, a user interface to build agents, and dedicated research lab, and a community to interact with. So after a couple of years of work, we finally come down to our first product milestone. So it's awesome cloud. We launched it yesterday. People can join waitlist for early access. It's a cloud built with a vision like India's, per capita of India is $3,000 per annum. So with that, keeping in mind the cost awareness and very big, huge and lack of availability of GPU devices and to build their own solution cost aware. We try to summarize after a lot of studies and research. We bring down this facility to the people, and you can sign up. We'll be releasing somewhere this month end of the month or the early starting of the October. So it's a cloud built on these many clouds, so that we help people. I think as we see AGIs or the AI is moving, we see a certain possibility of future that 5 to 10 people building businesses, managing millions of size startups and companies. So in that direction, we have built this platform so that any person in the world can build applications and deploy. We will take care of the rest. And you don't have to worry and juggle between all these platforms. These are currently like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We put only 20, 24. We are working with another 15 clouds. So roughly it will come down to 50 plus cloud providers across the world. And nothing else. So it's by design, it's a geo-distributed, and we want to ensure globally, anywhere in the world, it's 100 millisecond inference capabilities. So it's considered as a plate, but we're trying to bring it really performant cloud. And technically, the cloud doesn't charge. We don't charge it additional to any other cloud providers. All the features are technically free. We only charge compute, storage, and network.
And it's cloud built using all open source technologies, and it's cutting edge research. Our goal is to make people build businesses faster, scale and perform efficient. And because India has around 800 million people who are young, experienced, and the time of AI is very, very important, and the cost of AI is very high. So it will greatly affect India, and India cannot afford to lag behind in terms of AI. So our goal is to at a larger scale is to build support Atmanirbharta for India, and that's a large vision we're trying to solve. And it's a platform to build applications. If you want to host, any self-hostable platform, or if you want to bring your own data, it can be connected. And if you want, the only thing is what we don't provide is you are a AWS customer, you already have a cloud, you can't bring your own cloud to our platform. That's the only limitation. And we take care of the cost awareness, budget. India is very budget constrained. So we'll manage the budget. Let's say you're running a GPU machine and you're running out of a budget and you don't want to lose the customer services. And we switch it to the optimized CPU workloads, ensuring performance, latency, and distribution. This is the sign-up form. It's the core AI. This is the basic, so that we know the business LinkedIn and we know the developer target. And if you are the customer, or if you're thinking in the future, what regions you're looking, if you are the regions you can provide, or any specific centers, we'll take care of the data centers. We have connection over multiple partners and we work closely with them and to bring the best performance to you. And these are many slides. India runs on a budget, and most of the developing nations runs on a budget. I don't think you can offer, if you buy a H100 GPUs, $3 per hour, if you run it for a month, it's $20,000 close to. And if you want to rent it, you have to reserve it early. That's the flexibility we bring in. We try to fit in that area. You can select what's your load. If you miss anything, you can tell us. We are open to add the features.
Thanks,
Networking. So in the next event, we are releasing India's LLM model. We call Aryabhata. It's 3 billion and 7 billion parameter. It is 10 times faster, 10 times cheaper. Hopefully will be, yeah.
Hey, thanks, Nandan. Hey, hi guys. Okay, I'll make it slightly quick. And so to begin with, right, who am I, why am I here? Right, guys, my name is Manish, full name is Manish Shawar. It sounds like it's Janwar, JHANWR. I got very popular once upon a time because of this name. By the way, has anyone of you have seen me before on the stage talking about? Okay, there are few folks. So guys, it's going to be slightly repetitive for you, but this is something for which I turned up on the stage. And this is the core. So guys, why do we are here? I learned a lot from the community. Okay, I have 14 years of code, tech, deep experience all into the mobile space. Right. I learned a lot, starting from 2010 from these communities. Okay, but what we realized over a period of time, especially when I'm coming closer to my 40s, right? I realized that we only, the people like us, right? We only took it from the community. We never bothered to give it back, right? And that's something, a feeling of guilt, not just with me, with a lot of folks of our stuff. Right. Now, in terms of my background, just take credit. I am core deep mobile experience guy, 10 years with Samsung, 3 years with Walmart, and 2 years with the startup. Simple and short. Now, what I'm going to talk about it, right? Why I'm here. The first thing, guys, I see a lot of fresh folks in IT, right? Who has recently joined IT or who are within 5 years wala experience, right? Who are still trying to figure out what is that they want to do it. So few learnings which I strongly feel that you guys should have, right? Which I realized pretty late in my life. By the time when I realized things were really messy, but still, by God's grace, I was able to cover up. The first thing, right? Remember, it's going to be more of, I do not have any slides, and I have anything to show you. It's just all in the mind. And it all has to go into the minds. The first thing, right? Own your career is the most important thing that I see in IT folks. We all work for a corporate, typically 9 to, no, I will not say 9 to 5, 9 to 9. A lot of us, right? And we are here to make money for corporates. Meanwhile, filling our pockets and figuring out our learnings in the way. Remember that the corporates from the day one is always designed, let it be in India, let it be in any part of the world, right? Corporates are always being designed to tune for their maximum profits. None of us care for us. Whether you believe or not, that's a different story, but none of us care. It's a brutal truth, but this is something I learned it hard way. So remember, own your career, do what you want to do, right? Corporates will give you the projects, figure out if that aligns with your passion. If yes, well and good, go ahead and continue to do that. Be the best in what you do. First thing. Meanwhile, along this process, right, discover your passion, guys. The most critical part of that. Everything is not going to be about money. It's also very important for all of us, right? A lot of people do not understand what the passion really means. A lot of people derive their energy only from money. And there's nothing wrong about it. Money is the core booster for a lot of us. We will feed our family, we will feed our caretakers, everyone, right? But remember, in this whole process, right, especially in Indian context, money is highly powerful just because of the huge shortage of jobs as well as huge demand, huge workforce abundance. And you can't deny this fact, right? It's always good. But when I talk with my European or some other, say, counterparts, I also realize that life is not just about money. There is a natural curiosity at which humans are built. Right? Understand your passion and remember, guys, when we do what we really love, every single day becomes a game of life. Believe me. So I know it's a difficult part, very easy to say for me, but very difficult. Right? But meanwhile, ask yourself, right? What you are doing today, can you do it for next 30 years? Right? It does that gives you a kick. You shouldn't be guy when somebody says Monday and you feel bored. Then IT is not for us. Right? So figure out your passion, what you really want to do it, and do that. Okay, you will make money, believe me, guys. I've seen many folks tell me that what you are really good at does not work in Indian context because India is all about playing with the best and be the, you have to get into the industry where you will make the maximum money. But believe me, if you are in the top 1%, you will always make money irrespective of whatever you do. You will have to be the best. Right? So discover your passion, own your career. The second thing, right? Which becomes a lot of my controversial data in my corporate forum is when I talk about what is the time that you have in IT. You start your career typically when you're 24, 23, and then you think about other industry or you think about your parents, thinking that typically you end up doing 30 years of corporate career, but that does not happen. It is not happening. I have seen a lot of people do not talk about it, but I have seen people typically at 18, 20 years, they end up taking off from IT. This is the real truth, guys. It happens in dark, but it happens. And when I talk to them, that guys, you are the real ones who have to come on stage and speak. They don't. And that's where it makes me really worried. So remember, the typical lifespan, right, is 18 to 20 years. You ask me. That's where, after that, staying in India is very difficult. So plan your finance, right, taking those numbers in mind. We all want to go long, right? We all want to work at 50, 55, 60. but it's far more difficult. I know I see a lot of dull face people have started thinking, right? But think about it. Then the third thing which I really want to talk about it is need of your secondary income. I.e., this is not something which is an add-on, which is just a need of the hour for us, guys. We have no choice. Believe me, we have no choice now. You will have to figure out that how do I make money apart from my Naukri wala service job. Figure out this. If corporate obligation does not let you do this, figure out by some other means. There is a proper channel through which people have done it. Believe me, everyone at the top have already 2 to 3 income guys. It's only we, people like us, right, who think that just by making money from a job, we are good enough. That's not good. Make money. Start from. To give you my background, right? Somebody questioned me around 10 years ago, okay, that Manish, if I take you out of IT, what is your value? How can you make even 5K? And it really gave me goosebumps, guys. I did not have any potential to make even 5K if I do not have IT skills. That's a fact. Now I'm in good shape where I know how to make money out of money. So you will have to think about it. I will not go very deeper into how do we make money. Each one have a different story to play around. But keep it in mind, guys. It's very, very important. You have to think about it, think about different channels, think about different investments. Okay, and make mistakes, correct it, come back. It's not an easy journey for anyone. But you will, in this process, right, you will understand that how do I make 5K, 10K, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs without me doing nothing. Two types of income I'm talking about. One, which does not need your attention. The money will keep giving you money. Second one, which needs you some sort of active mind into it. When I say active mind, typically 1 to 2 hours per day, and you are good enough to make 1 lakh. That kind of thought process you should have. The third one is very active, where you as a workforce work for a corporate and corporates in return of your time, right? Gives you the money. That's why you know, right? Why we are being called as a in that CTC, right? There's a compensatory. A corporate is trying to compensate you for your time and skill. Right? It's a compensatory benefits that a corporate gives you. You will have to understand this. Okay, so that's, I know it's far more difficult to explain, but when you go home, right, think about it, that how do I make money? The fourth one, very small things, but very important. We are in the process of our life is becoming far more difficult ways. We work for 12 hours a day, right? All day code, all day sit with a laptop, sit with machines. We are slowly navigating away from humans. Okay, we navigate away from our own brains. That's what I see happening out with today's generation. And this really hurts me. You will have to understand that the whole thing, why we are working, is to take care of our near and dear ones, guys. You can't go away with it. Have respect for your parents, at least. That's a bare minimum. When I just few days back, I saw kids, they really don't understand how to talk with parents. Parents have done a lot of things for us, guys. Let's have a respect and give them time. Right? They don't need your money. Believe none of the parents need actually your money. They only need your time and your soft nature to do that. Take care of it before it gets late. Take care of your own health. The burnout in IT is very clear. Okay, I don't know how many of you have seen it burnout, but just go for 3 days together and you will realize what it takes to take the whole head down, right? So burnout is very real. Okay, figure out what is that. There's nothing called work-life balance and all that nonsense, okay? They are all that. You will have to figure out the right balance in your work yourself. Okay, no company will ever give you. Figure out what is that, which will help you to calm down, either by meditation, walk, but take care of your health. You realize this when you move closer to your 40s, 50s. Okay, but my belief, they don't come, these people do not come on the stage and talk. That's a different story. But take care of your health, take care of your money, okay, and enjoy the journey for sure. Right? That's it, guys. Thank you.
Hey, so Manish, thank you. This is a very important point to brought up. So, folks, there's a feedback, very important. We do sessions after sessions, but feedbacks are not there. Just do the QR code scan and these sort of things. We end up the session, the stream will end. we can end the stream. We are all good. There will be a group photo, goodies, and IT. That's it for this evening. Any question for the organizers? I mean, me, Siva, other folks are there who are organizers. So any suggestions for the organizers? Put it in the feedback so that we have a recorded thing. There's a Meetup chat also in our Meetup forum. You can keep your comments there also. Take a look at it before taking a decision. You like some talk, you didn't like some talk. Put all those things. We are pretty transparent, nothing to hide from our perspective. Thanksgiving. See, this Meetup runs without some individuals investing money into it. We run out of our good faith, and this time Moveworks, I would like to thank them a lot, because every quarter we don't have an upfront engagement like we have somebody to host us. So it has been a continuous challenge for all of us who are at the back end trying to keep this community live for last 12 years. Though we have around 4,000 members in the community, it is not really easy to find a host every time. And after COVID, it has becoming more difficult. Okay. So I mean, thankful to Siva this time. I don't know how if there's some connection in the event, it works. So we are there in the right place. And this is a very nostalgic place for the LSP community, because we started out of Sun River building. Okay, 12 years before, in June 12, 2012, we started. That was our first event. Yeah, so both of us were there in Sun River. Then Sachin used to be there at that point in time. So this tech park is pretty much nostalgic for this community. But if you guys have your organizations interested to host this event, reach out to us, so that we always are in need of hosts. Okay, we have some common hosts, Walmart, Myntra, and all those stuff. So they usually offer with our connections there. But there are some quarters where we try to kind of go blank, and we try to reach out to people and stuff to get it. So if you have something we can plan upfront, pretty good. Speak to your employers if they're interested. We generally don't put any condition. We don't take any money to host it. Simple thing. It is in our portal all the time, and you can check with any hosts who have hosted us. And we generally openly discuss about what are the things that they have to provide and all. Whatever things you got, like the space, the food, the goodies, and all this stuff. That's it. So nothing to be paid to the organizers. So thanks everyone for coming, because it's a holiday. And staying up here for the talks, and these are the primary things which bring us together, which others are sharing. For the entire day is not easy. I'm pretty much, aware of this fact. This is not easy, but thanks for making this time to stay with the community. And talk suggestions and talk proposals, because this community, as you know, we don't have any petty speakers. Like, what is a mandatory for a host is you have to give a tech talk and a leadership talk from your side. Rest 3 talks we get from the community. So propose your talks when we do announce for call for speakers. Okay, and that's how community leaves. And give us feedback so that we can improve. And as Manish said, that human connect is an important aspect of this community, and we try to be like that. Being less formal and more human, and that's how we survive. And thanks once again to everyone, and Moveworks. Thank you very much. Group photo. Request all of you here for a group photo. So they are making that. When you take from one of my take one.
Next one.